Anatero is the founder of Manglarte. Juan Montenegro, he's from Tuquerres. He's a peace builder from the Global Coalition. Now I would like to invite Sofia Molano. She's from Popayán and she's a facilitator from Semichoceres. I would also like to welcome the two most special people we have here today. I will tell you their names and I would like them to tell you what they are part of and how they participate here. Isabel Bentancur and Sofia Betanquant. Zach, please tell me, where do you come from and how do you participate? I am from Pasto Nariño, and I am also part of the consulting committee of UNICEF and the group Guardians for Life. Hello, I am Sofia Canacuan, and I am from the indigenous group from Canacual Nariño, and I am part of the Consulting Council of UNICEF and also the collective indigenous group, the Fraile Juan. Thank you very much. As you can see here, these are our protagonists, the children, our youth, everyone who already is using our best practices and who are experts in their own country. So they will tell us what happened during the exchange. We already discussed what the exchange is, what good practices are, and now we will know and learn about how this gathering came to be, where we met, and everything. So first of all, Juan, I would like to tell for you to tell us about what happened on the first day where we arrived in Cali. What was the date like? What is it, a busy day? What happened during that morning? Well, that was epic. It's a pleasure to be with you all, and now I will narrate what this adventure felt like. Before traveling, we had a message saying, hey, boys and girls, you need to participate in this space. And of course, certainly we'll be there. And we told our parents and then realized that, okay, now it's time to pack and to fly. So we started looking for our dresses, for our dressing clothes. And when we were at the airport, we boarded the plane. We were ready to take off. And we were chatting with Diana, with Gis, who was also part of the exchange. And when we were at the hotel, well, we didn't know many of these people. That was the problem with the children and the youth, that they never had many spaces to participate. And that was the vision of this organization, that we need to work from cooperation. And that's where we started sharing rooms and we started to meet new boys and girls. I remember Dylan, who was my roommate, and we started discussing different ideas. Dylan actually was from Nariño, and I was like, hey, nice to meet you. I am Juan, and that's how we started chatting and exchanging ideas before dinner. And by that time, we were all integrated. And then we found a lot of people, and we were like, what's happening here? We were eating some pasta. We were very hungry already. And then the moment came to wake up and start learning, to start influencing our territories. So we went to the University of San Buenaventura and we arrived at Fry. We met this person. We started participating in the space, and then we were ready for day 2. Sophia, I would like you to tell us about how was your trip to Cali? Well, it was quite a nice experience for me. I had never traveled by plane. This was my first time. And I really liked coming here because I could learn a lot more and bring this knowledge to my colleagues in our collective. And I really liked making so many friends. I feel like these people were family and they were helping me. They allowed me to get to know their own experience, how they themselves arrived in Cali, and we were together in summits and a lot of activities. And I really liked this because we learned a lot and I really enjoyed the activities. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Sophia. We arrived that day. We were very tired, but during the night, everybody. I saw that everybody was at the gym. Gym. My room was next to the gym, and everybody had so much energy. So they came and they arrived with great energy. They wanted to learn, they wanted to share knowledge. And this is what we experienced on the second day of the exchange. That was the first day of activities where we met and we shared good practices. And for that, Sophie will let us know how she experienced that day. Hello, good morning. The second day, we are arrived to the San Buenaventura University. We discussed, we told a little bit about ourselves. We shared who we were, where we were coming from, and we started a process that I found was very interesting, a space guided by the ECOI. And they said you're going to choose a partner so that you will feel supported throughout the meeting, so that you don't feel alone. And you have somebody to support you throughout the meeting. So my friend Alejo was there, Laura. She asked many questions about how we felt, what were our expectations about the meeting. And we thought this was a really good practice because normally we don't see such activities in this kind of meetings. We started with a collective glossary. I remember that very well. And we discussed climate change, biodiversity, and this practice, when we conducted this with women, because our team was mostly made up by women, and we realized that climate change and biodiversity affect affects each individual differently. So, in my view, climate change from the more scientific standpoint was one thing, but for my colleague, my friend who was from a rural area, it meant something different. So she was telling us how from the rural areas they had to adapt their farming practices as a consequence of climate change. And our friend from the city said that she when she woke up, she could not hear the singing of birds because there was a lot of pollution in her city. So birds were not singing there. So everybody shared ideas and we built a collective glossary. We discussed fair participation, citizen participation, and in our team, we created a collective mesh, and that was based on citizen fair participation mostly because through intergenerational conversations, we could become active participants. And that was the most important for us in this space because participation not only was about attending, but also listening and being heard. And those were the activities of the second day. I found them very important and valuable. This is one of the objectives of Colombia, Teaching Colombia, building networks so that everybody can share what is happening to them individually and how can we learn and improve our activities to achieve the objectives. Tell us about the games and activities, because we know that by playing you can learn. Games allow you to learn. So we exchange the wealth of knowledge that we have through playing games. Firstly, good morning, everybody, once again. And I flew in on the 15th. I arrived at the hotel, and I was thinking, I was worried because the meeting had started and I thought I would not be able to participate. So I said, okay, let's do this, let's go. So we arrived at the university. I felt lost. I had I arrived, I found the room and I asked, what do we need to do? So I was Sophia and another friend told me that they were carrying out a workshop. And during that workshop, we had to draw an action plan with proposals for an event. And we identified the most pressing needs, and among them, financing. How do we pay for this? How do we pay for this other expense? Then we went out for the break. We had lunch, it was great. And then we returned to finish the workshop, and we were told, well, this is it, pick up your chairs. And we went outside to share our work, and it was a very nice activity. We met people, we made friends, and it has been one of the best experiences I've ever had. Thank you, thank you. And this brings us to day three. Wendy, tell us about day three. How did you experience it? It was maybe we were tired, so it wasn't such an easygoing day, but we were friends. And when we first came, everybody was shy, and then everybody was talking to everybody. Everybody had conversations. Everybody had become friends. So tell us about day three. Yes, on day three, we had become friends. We were family. We were very chitty chatty. It was a magical day because we also listened to others and we connected. Since day one, we were assigned to a team member and somebody who would support me and that I would support. So we discussed how we felt. So on that day, I want to know about you. And I also learn about what everybody is doing because until that time, we did not know. That was a magical time to learn what everybody was doing, what Isaac was doing, what Pipe, what they were doing in their territories. And they start to show us in what way we are transforming our communities and how we are protecting our diversity, environment, and climate change. After we became familiar and we discussed the challenges and we learned from the different regions and after sharing what we do from Comanglarte, we started working on the action plan. And that was difficult because, for example, we had the technical table, discussion table from the UNICEF group, and we're all from different places. We focus on different areas, and how the question was, how do we land our realities to this experience for the network, but also for the territory, and how I replicate it in the community. In my community, this was very interesting because not in numerous groups, we identified the fact that as teenagers, we face two problems. The first one is participation. And when we knock doors in participation forums, they tell us, well, you're a child, you're too young, you're just a kid, you're a kid. The kid, oh, come back later. Well, no, the young, they have no idea what they want. Processes with the young, no, they have no idea what they want and where they're going. We had those discussions in the groups. And then we asked ourselves, how can those who are working for change move on if we have no financing? Because we financing does not mean the money because we need to know what to do with the money. We need support. We need somebody to tell us, I will support you. I believe in you. So this is what happened in our group. Those were the discussions, not only in our group, but in the final discussion. I think it was a very interesting call meeting, a very complete meeting, because not only I learned and I Wendy took back knowledge, but I was able to learn how to land that knowledge to reality. I have nothing else to add, right? But now we are hearing more about the knowledge that they were taking back to their territories and the cocoa exchanges. The idea is that each one of the participants who take back the good practices can take this to their own territory and have a roadmap so that they can share the knowledge in their community, in their school, that excellent good practice that they learned. And we call this an action plan. The methodology is also adapted to population groups and different characteristics and contexts. And from APC Colombia and from the different organizations, we had the challenge of adapting a format that we think for mayor's offices and for adult populations to adapt that to children and adolescents. You cannot imagine the amount of work that involves so that we could land the materials to the young. But in fact, we were wrong because when we met them, we noted that they were experts in what they do. They are experts in everything, and they really surprised us, and they understood the methodology, and they embraced that technology very quickly. So we started working with color coding. We even drew and painted, and we were able to put together the action plan. So tell me briefly about your action plan. From every action plan, what did you learn, and what are you going to take back to your communities? My action plan that I would take to my community, to my collective. Well, I would add a lot of knowledge, and my action plan is that we should learn more about climate change, biodiversity, that we should be better informed about what it means. And Isaac, mine would be to make carry forward campaigns and movements so that children can achieve more participation spaces like the one we had at the call, so that more children can participate and come to events like this one to contribute with their knowledge and make a contribution to reduce climate change impact. Our action plan was, as Wendy said, was centered on what we do individually as leaders in our communities. Nevertheless, we all participate in the network. So it was nice to say that we in the network work on skills for life, but also we work on environment, peace, mental health. So one of the challenges was to acknowledge that each one is facing different problems. And the big question was how to land that. And the hurdle was financing. What are we going to do about financing? We need support, but not support on how to obtain it, but how do we learn or educate ourselves to manage that knowledge, because many times we have the financing but we don't know how to manage it. So what we did was to say we are going to have an education process in resource management, and during that process each one will land their individual processes and plans based on the learnings, and then we are going to have a meeting, or the three of us, Wendy, Juan, and myself, we are national network managers. So we said, okay, let's become educated in financing and let's come together to learn what we are going to do, what are the objectives. And finally, something very nice came out of that. And we said that in December we were going to have a meeting. So we looked for the opportunity, the time and space, and we have now a meeting in December scheduled to share how this education process turned out. Well, to training governance, this is one of the areas that was quite technical. We had debates and discussions, but it was a positive debate to build peace, Resolution 2250 of the UN Peace, security, and youth in the territories to build collectively as a pillar for development in our society, not without thanking fathers, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, cousins, friends from schools and universities that we thank because they encouraged us. They said, go on with your processes, pursue your processes. And cities should not be made of concrete, but we have to be concrete with nature to protect biodiversity, just as we find it, how it can have become a key factor because we may have a working plan, but we want to be heard. But not only be we do want to be heard, but we want to participate together. How do we do that? By training or being educated in high governance, not the presidency, but we can start with municipal councils, city halls to start a decentralized process from bottom to top to achieve optimal results in the territories. Well, in our group, we also discussed how COCO and UNICEF translated or landed that information and how they made all this knowledge easy to grasp. How did they make it so easy to embrace? And we asked ourselves, if we start translating the information to children and teenagers. So one point was to translate the technical language. That is great, but it is not designed for us to understand how climate change will impact us. So we decided to carry out communication strategies to translate that information to social media, radio programs, offline communication, live in conversation spaces with the different circles. But that was one of the goals, to learn that information because it is very deep. Sometimes it is not easy to understand and has not been thought for us. You've heard them, right? And I think that everybody is really surprised from their comments, the vocabulary that they have, the vast knowledge. They have told us how they're going to implement the action plan. They know, they clearly know. And this is another part of the call to make this sustainable, that this may last in time and among them. Please, we need the speakers to use the mic.
Okay, now we have in the live transmission two very important questions. First, to congratulate you all, and also we would like to give a huge thanks to different educational leaders and institutions who are connected with us. And also, we have some questions, which is, what do you think is the greatest or biggest learning that you took home? And why do you think it is so important to give other boys, girls, and teenagers in the country this participation? I think we could start by giving the floor to Juan. Well, my greatest or biggest learning is something that I was actually just thinking about. And it's when we want to learn something, we want to learn them from PhD holders, from masters, and not from children. and young people have that activities or those innovative ideas. That's where huge and important scientists were born. It's by empowering young girls, young leaders that I am fascinated with. I am thrilled to be here with these colleagues here. I have actually managed to make incredible processes, and what I take home is that it was so valuable to meet so many children, boys and girls. Well, my greatest learning was to listen to the children. We could listen to young people and children. And when we actually sat with the kids, we could learn how they know, what they hear at home, and what they could do to transform their reality. That was so impactful. And then the oldest kids were like sharing something, but they were like, hey, no, that's not what I meant, and they were correcting us. And that's what I learned from, to learn from children. Well, I will also take the words from my colleagues. I had a great experience in my city learning from children. I love learning from them, and I actually looked for many moments where they participated. I asked them how they felt. How can we make this space more inclusive for you? Because I actually love to hear and to listen to them. And these two people we have here were amazing at this gathering and in this process. And it was great to listening to them, feeling their energy, listening to what they want to say. And I feel that they will be great leaders. They are great leaders now, but they will have a lot of influence, and I feel that they are an example for me. Well, my biggest and greatest learning, if I think about it, is when we were talking about all the problems and issues in other territories and the great solutions and possible solutions that we thought about. I mean possible or potential because it's something that we need to make real. We need to be taken into account in order to have those solutions come true. I feel that those were great, and I myself would like to help to reduce their problems. For me, my greatest learning was to share with many children and share our experiences, because this allows us to learn and for others to learn from us. And I also enjoyed so many things that we shared. And what else? And then, of course, also right. I also felt that I learned a lot. And when you were speaking about the roommates, Lena is not here. She had to travel, but she shared so much with me. And actually, everyone shared their learnings, their knowledge. And I feel that this is something that I can take to other children. And I would love for other children to be here, raise their voices, and for them to be taken into account, all of them. Thank you very much. Those are very beautiful words. I would like to remind you within our cold call exchange that this was an intergenerational exchange. We had children from 12 years old, and young people up until 24 to 25 years old. And this was horizontal learning. Everyone shared and talked in the same conditions, in equal conditions. Everyone had great participation, as you see here, Sophia and Isaac, and also the incredible participation of our kids from the network. I don't know if we have another question from the channel. Well, the second question we have is, why do you think it is important to learn from other children and young people from other parts of the country? Sophie, if you want to go first again. Sofia Cunacuam. Well, because each of us comes from different territories, so we can learn and share ideas from other territories so that we can create projects or continue with this activity and the environmental process that we are carrying. I feel that it is very important because there's such great diversity of ideas. Each of us is different, so we can learn more from others to create and generate more solutions. This important concept, two people work better than one. And there are so many ideas and people that we can think of so many solutions that I feel that these solutions could actually end with these problems. But of course, we need a lot more resources. I liked a lot listening to and learning from children, actually learning also how the climate crisis affects children. One of them says, it affects my life because I cannot go out and play with my friends because it's so hot out. So how can we solve this? How can they feel safe to go out and play? This also creates multiple violence. And it was great to listen to them and also to create strategies and methodologies to adapt these learnings, the ones that we have, to their context. And that is something that I took home, and also differentiating or distinguishing between how something affects us, how everything affects us differently, and how we can also make them feel included in the conversation, in the discussion, and transmitting a message of hope. Because all of us need hope. When we have hope, we are ready to take action. And I feel that they bring a lot of hope to the table. That's how I feel that intergenerational inclusion is so important. Well, I took the experience I shared with Jerónimo, and I feel that he impacted all of us. He explained the relationship that he has with his own territory. And I myself, I come from the limits and borders of our country. And I also remember a girl who had such a wide vision of territory. So we can see how each of us had different visions about the territory and how these societies are built around this. So we have different levels of biodiversity per square meters, and we could learn how the different children have different knowledge about this. And I feel that sharing this was very important to empower all of us. So I would really encourage them not to stop working in this regard. Well, I think it is very important to work on climate change and biodiversity in all territories. First of all, because it is a common issue, and also because it affects us and the youngest kids. And I feel that this is something that we should be doing here in these kind of spaces in the COP16. We need to find peace with nature. Each of us from our own place, we are building peace because we are protecting nature, biodiversity. And for example, Wendy herself cannot be the one working on her own because she won't be able to do it. But actually, children and youth from all over the world can work to protect the world from climate change and to protect biodiversity. If we all work together, we have a greater chance to solve this problem. So in these kind of spaces, it's so important to have the voices of all children and youth to raise their voices, to be listened to, because we are all ready to start working to protect the world from climate change and protect biodiversity. Well, I feel that you all got stuck in one activity we did during our gathering, and this activity involved some little steps. We made a question and we would take a step further, and that's how we would learn about the reality of the different children participating from their own territory. So I would love for everyone here to participate, to raise their hands. People at home participating virtually, also raise your hand. Who has fresh and drinkable water every day at home? Okay, everyone, take a look around. Now, the next question: who needs to walk to school or to their workplace? Now, raise your hand if you really feel afraid about what is going on with climate change in your territory. I feel that this is a little bit more general and it's something that we all feel. This is an exercise that we did. Every question we took a step further, and then we realized that other children and other young people and adolescents have other needs, have different contexts. And this made us reflect a lot about our own place and made us willing to create networks, to continue creating interrelationships and relationship networks, to continue sharing our experiences. Now, Wendy will tell us a little bit more, because the exchange keeps going and will never end. We are here at the United Nations Pavilion in Colombia in the COP16, and I would like to ask you, how do you think that what you lived or what you experienced in the exchange, what can this contribute to the COP16, to this great summit? Well, I think that this was already answered even before you made the question. I think that empowering the voices of children and youth, precisely here in the Blue Pavilion in the United Nations room, going live to others, children and young people, I feel that it's important to highlight that we need our voice to be taken into account, because we've also been in stages where we spoke, we took a picture, and the process was completely forgotten. So I would love for these spaces to include childhood and youth in the conversation. For me, it is great to have children and young people in this space. I think this is great, and including Latin America and the Caribbean, expanding the region, and also having these spaces all over the world, joining within regions, getting to know each other, getting to know how other territories or departments, if speaking about Colombia, how can we expound our vision, how other territories, countries, Peru, Chile, Argentina, how can they join this unification of strategies? What processes are needed for these cooperation processes? How these participation of the youth and children can be a key factor for us to really have innovation and transformation in our governance. I feel that it is also very important to highlight that this exchange taught us how to create strategies and action plans that we can replicate in our territories. So we not only went there and got to know what other people did, but we also knew how to implement and apply an action plan and follow up the action plans that we implement. So I feel that the COP16 and all of these processes is an opportunity for the people here and for the whole country to participate, because we all know what's going on here, and we all want to know what biodiversities do we have in our city, what's the biodiversity near my school or my community. And this is an invitation to reflect and to become involved and get to know what actions are being taken here. A very important exercise for us was to learn how to replicate what it's being done here, the dialogue, the conversations and discussions, and how can we replicate that in our own processes with the children and the young people that we work with. So this is something that we want to really get and bring home, and I am certain that we will really apply this. I feel that this can make a great contribution to the problem. I feel that this participation, such as we are participating here in COP16, it is very important for to participate in these events, because we are acquiring a lot of information and we can express better and have better arguments when speaking in these spaces. Some of these spaces are rigid, information needs to be very precise, and these knowledge spaces can really help us share with everyone, and also to share the learnings, the take homes, and the people that we meet in these spaces, because we have made so many friends. I also remembered Jeronimo. He became friend of everyone. And we also learn about all the qualities that all the people showed us, their virtues. And we can really take those examples to apply those qualities in our lives to become better human beings and to have and acquire more knowledge.
I want to say that these spaces are very nice for children, but these participation spaces should be landed in our territories and not to make it so formal, because for children, well, children learn from example or activities, and this allows us to learn more with more activities for children, or that these activities may reach the territories, because children sometimes do not like to come to the cities to have discussions and participate. Please keep the microphone, because Wendy and you will be answering the question so that we can see how knowledge is horizontal. I want to ask you, why do you think it is important to learn from other children and teenagers from other places in the country? We have received a question from the YouTube channel. 50 people are online. We have many participants. So, why do you think it is important to learn from other children and teenagers from other places in the country? Because each one has different knowledge and they can share the knowledge with others, and each one comes from different territories, and we come together, we have dialogues, we share our knowledge, and we learn more. Perfect. Wendy, thank you for this question. I remember an exercise that we have in the call space, and that was what, and it was about what is participation, to have everybody participate. And our team made soup. Everybody was happy about the soup, so we made soup, because in order to make soup we need different ingredients, and each ingredient ingredient contributes to the flavor. If salt is missing, that's not soup. If it's garlic is missing, that is not soup. If water or onion, each one of the ingredients accounts for the participation of children and teenagers, not only from Colombia, but also around the world. And let's make this soup of participation so the recipe works out, so the soup is delicious. That is why it is important to participate. Perfect. At this point, we are going to allow 5 minutes for further questions from the audience. Otherwise, we can adjourn, not only about the cocoa experience, but also about something that we want to share with you today. Does anybody have a question that you would like to be answered? Maria Paula? Thank you. First, I want to thank you for this opportunity. We are learning from you about how to translate or how to land the notions to children and teenagers. The question is whether it is necessary to land it, or maybe it is necessary that we adapt such spaces so that they are truly inclusive. Wow. We are running out of time. Maria Paula, would you like to address your question to somebody on the panel? I want one child and one teenager to answer this. Isaac, you go first. Well, in my view, it's not about only games. For us, adaptation has to do, or landing has to do with something formal, but not that it is something that is structured in a structured activity for a day. We want to have pauses. We want to have play games because in that way, by playing, we learn a lot and also we capture the formal side of the discussion because we have information that is more important, and that is my opinion. Great. And Juan Felipe has an answer too. I agree with Isaac. And transforming education. We need to reform education around the world because it's not the same to show these technicalities in the urban area versus the rural area. Working on resolutions, articles, schematicas, that the agreement of Montreal, the 23 goals, we need to simplify. It should be formal. At the same time, I agree with Isaac, but also to focus on the communities and adapting it to the communities. Latin American and the communities carry a lot of tradition. We have to adapt and transform, but not change. Very good. And in order to finish, Sophie, you are going to answer. Yes, I wanted to add something, and that is that in this network we have a suitcase with cards that are developed by the children and the teenagers from the country, from the regions. We don't have to create the materials, but they have to participate in the creation and of the material because they will be the ones who will be learning, and others are guiding them, and they know their needs. So participation in the creation of the educational materials or strategies, or in this case, the cars, I think it is fundamental to have them participate in order to close this panel that has been so fruitful and so plenty with knowledge. I want you to close with a brief phrase answering how could you motivate children and teenagers to become involved in environmental issues. Something that everybody will remember, a short phrase. Wendy, you can start. Environment is belongs to everybody, and children are called to protect the environment. Without children and adolescents, it would be impossible. Let's build peace, nature. Let's empower children and teenagers in a diverse, sensible, and eloquent world. Children and adolescents give us hope, and with their participation, we know that there is a fair and sustainable future. Let us give more participation to children and teenagers. We are no longer the future, we are the present. Don't leave a damaged planet for us. We should love the territory, and we should recognize ISEF, and let us give peace to the world. Thank you. Well, you have seen this, you have heard, you have seen the experience of these children. You know that this is a Colombia Teaching Colombia exchange. They are Colombia Teaching Colombia. And before we finish, I want to leave you with a saying expressed by Dylan in one of the spaces. And this summarizes from now on what a coco is. And he said, it doesn't matter that if a shoe is a left shoe, it's an ugly or broken shoe, whether it's one color or the other. The important thing is that one is meant for the right foot, one for the left, and that we can walk on. On that basis, we can exchange knowledge and we can make Colombia teach Colombia. Thank you very much.
everyone. My name is Santiago Carrizosa. I am a senior technical advisor with UNDP. And the title of today's side event is Harnessing the Power of Genomics Capacity Building for DSI under the Nagoya Protocol to deliver biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing. And we have an amazing lineup of speakers today from the private sector, government, academia, indigenous peoples, local communities, and their presentations will address four main topics. First, how to build impactful and sustainable genomics capacity to support biodiversity conservation and innovation. Second, opportunities and challenges in applying genomics for sustainable use in sectors like biotechnology, agriculture, and medicine. Third, options for integrating DSI into national ABS frameworks, ensuring biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, and fair and equitable benefit sharing. And fourth, best practices for ensuring indigenous peoples and local communities' rights and biodiversity conservation are respected in DSI-related activities. And before we start with the presentations, I think it's important to clarify UNDP's position on DSI. Therefore, I would like to read a short statement that will be submitted to the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And it goes like this. UNDP strongly supports a fair and equitable approach to sharing the benefits derived from digital sequence information in line with the Convention on Biological Diversity. We emphasize the need for a mechanism that advances the Sustainable Development Goals, balancing the interest of all stakeholders, particularly indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as women in all their diversity, while promoting innovation and biodiversity conservation. 5 key messages that UNDP wishes to convey on DSI include: first, advocating for fairness and equity. UNDP supports a benefit sharing mechanism that ensures countries and communities, especially indigenous peoples and local communities in developing regions, and women in all their diversity, receive a fair share of benefits from their genetic resources and associated information. We advocate for their active participation in the mechanism's development and governance. Second, need for large-scale and recurring financing. Addressing the biodiversity finance gap requires the DSI mechanism to secure annual private sector funding, potentially in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Legal tools must be established to collect a percentage of profits from companies benefiting from DSI. Significant effort and partnerships are essential for achieving the necessary funding scale. Third, supporting biodiversity conservation and indigenous peoples and local communities. DSI benefit sharing funds should prioritize local biodiversity conservation and restoration, particularly empowering women and men of indigenous peoples and local communities whose traditional knowledge and rights must be respected. Fourth, promoting global cooperation. UNDP is committed to working with governments, the private sector, and civil society to ensure the DSI mechanism is transparent, inclusive, equitable, and aligned with international agreements like the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, while respecting open access to scientific data. And fifth, enhancing capacity building. We will continue to support capacity building and technology transfer, ensuring all parties, especially developing nations and indigenous peoples, local communities, and women in all their diversity, can fully engage in the DSI mechanism while fostering scientific innovation. UNDP is dedicated to fostering global cooperation that promotes biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, and equitable benefit sharing for all. Thank you so much. That's it. Now I would like to give the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Leif P. Christofferson, who is the Biodiversity Partnerships Lead of the biotechnological company Basecamp Research. So, Dave, you have the floor.
Very good. Thank you, Santiago, and thanks for inviting me to be part of such a distinguished panel. So I'm going to be telling you a little bit about Basecamp Research, and going to highlight in particular our capacity building technology transfer opportunities that we offer through our biodiversity collaborations. Next slide. So our business model is built based on the fact that every product sold by biotech companies originates from nature, which is astonishing, especially when you take into consideration that less than 1% of all microorganisms have been discovered to date. So there's an enormous amount of genetic diversity left to discover. Next slide. And it's based on that vastness of genetic diversity in the microbial world that we are focused on, and we set up biodiversity collaborations, partnerships around the world to collect environmental samples, extract the nucleic acid, and sequence and convert to digital sequence information, which we include in our database that we screen and test for products and applications with our commercial partners. And all of the benefits that we generate are shared with the biodiversity partners and the genetic resource providers that we work with. Go back to the previous slide. So what's amazing is that Basecamp Research is just under 5 years old, and we've already completed more than 110 expeditions. We have lots of partnerships. One of those we recently announced was with Ajesh in Cameroon, and we actually have a side event on Friday at 6 p.m. where we'll get into more specifics about that collaboration. Next slide. So in terms of the benefits that we offer, the non-monetary benefits is where we really excel with our capacity building and technology transfer. And when we launch a biodiversity collaboration partnership, we start with transferring technology, lab equipment, and we provide training. And so that lab equipment is owned by our partners, and they can use it for their own research activities, in addition to the work that they're doing for us. We're also, through the work that we're doing on the samples we collect, we're generating data, metadata, XRF analytical data, which is chemical composition for each sample, and then the taxonomic data. So what are all the microbial species that we're finding in each sample? And then we're also providing research support. A lot of our partners are engaged in their own research, and so we try to find opportunities where we can support that through the data that we provide and the samples we collect. A lot of them are also interested in publications, and we support that as well. And all of that leads to an opportunity to provide community education. An example, we have one of our partners has a school education program. So they're sharing a lot of the information that's being generated with students from local communities. And then also we're very active. I think our most active community engagement is in Cameroon, which again, you can hear more about on Friday at 6. And then in terms of monetary benefits, we provide funding for the research activities associated with the work that we ask our partners to do on behalf of us, of our company. And we provide commercial royalties on any revenue that we generate from our commercial R&D. And then to augment that, we're also helping our partners explore opportunities to secure grants. And so that's another way to expand the monetary benefits. Next slide. So this is just an image to emphasize how portable our lab is, right? It fits in two Peli cases, two large suitcases. And so the field workers can go into the field and do all of the work, the sample collecting, the processing, and the sequencing in the field. Next slide. So a lot of all of these biodiversity collaborations and the fact that we're so focused on developing this equitable benefit sharing and engaged with compliance on Nagoya Protocol legal frameworks around the world has really generated a lot of news coverage. Here you see some examples: Sky News, Financial Times, The Guardian, and The Times, just recent coverage. Next slide. So why do we do this? Well, because as you can see in the top left corner, this is data associated with a specific protein class that we're focused on for our product development. And that's what's available in the public database. And on the right is what we have been developing through our own database. So it's much more, it's much larger, and we have higher quality data in terms of the consistency. And we have all of that data is linked to the original permits, so we do full track and trace. Next slide. So this is that same protein class. Again, the orange line shows what's available in the public database, and you can see how rapidly we're generating data for that project. And this is extremely attractive to our commercial partners. Next slide. So, of course, all of that data is helping us with the work that we're doing on protein generative design, protein structure, and protein function, which is critical for development of new products. Next slide. And so those products, some examples of some of these products that we're developing is with Procter & Gamble. We're doing design of high-performance enzymes with our artificial intelligence technology. Protein Evolution, another company, trying to figure out how to better recycle polyurethane and nylon. And with Johnson Matthey, we're helping them with improving their biocatalysis methods. Next slide. So all of this is captured extremely well and relative to the Convention on Biological Diversity and the multilateral mechanism and the Nagoya Protocol in a recent publication by Oliver Vince and Glenn Gowers and Sean McGibbon. And I strongly encourage you all to take a look at that publication and read through it to learn more about our work. Next slide. So this is our team. There are 32 people here. I think we're maybe 34 now. On the right, you see all the companies that our team has worked with prior to joining Basecamp Research. You'll see included in there is Diversa, which was a company that I worked with and led their biodiversity collaborations, their bioprospecting program in 2000 to 2006. Next slide. So that does it for me. If you're interested in learning more about Basecamp Research, please let me know. We're eager to develop new biodiversity partnerships and would love to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave. It was really interesting to see how nimble and portable your lab is, just everything in a car, and how the company is able to read the DNA, upload the DNA to databases, edit the DNA with artificial intelligence, manipulate it, and then, transcribe it with new information so that you guys can produce enzymes and proteins for the development of new products. That's really interesting. Next, we have Dominic Mildermans, an attorney and advisor to the private sector. And his presentation is titled Opportunities and Challenges in Applying Genomics in the Private Sector.
I'm just wondering, could I stand there? I think it's easier to present
Please.
and then to read the
ahead.
slides. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hope this works better, no? To connect? but not too close to the speaker. Okay, let's hope this works. Okay, good morning to all of you. And thanks again, Santiago, for including me in this panel. When I was asked to go into this panel, I thought, okay, what will I contribute actually from the broader perspective of the private sector as such, because I'm here to observe actually the negotiations and the discussions. I've been engaged in the topic of ABS and DSI for more than 15 years. I've been focusing quite a lot on the DSI topic. And I've always looked at this from the angle of what are indeed the key opportunities and challenges of the private sector as a whole. And I think it's good to put this into that broader perspective and to talk a bit about the challenges we have in this context. And it's very interesting to give that broader perspective after Lev's presentation, talking about the approach of Basecamp and how they deal with this complexity actually in a very well thought through, I think, transactional approach in managing all of this, these issues in a way and these challenges. So we can go to the next slide. I think when we look about companies and the private sector, institutions in many different sectors, they have to deal an ABS legal framework which is extremely complex. From a material scope, I mean, already genetic resources is very complex because it's huge diversity. In addition to that, we have associated decay, traditional knowledge that come into play. There is the very complex topic of derivatives, which are the naturally occurring biochemical compounds. And there is now, of course, also the increasing complexity and relevance of digital sequence information. So that's something that needs to be managed by companies and institutions when they are accessing potentially. You can go to the next slide. And looking back at some of the publications that have taken place as well in the private sector, where there was a bit of a sharing of experiences on how complex and difficult it is to deal with the Nagoya Protocol and ABS legislation. Why in the first place? Because also Nagoya started off with a very transactional approach. Of course, the principle of sovereign rights of companies means that then you have to deal with all of these frameworks on a bilateral basis, and you can find a way in doing that in certain instances. But looking at some of the companies in this room, very big multinational companies, if you have to deal with genetic resources coming from a very wide diversity of countries on a daily basis, it is a huge challenge, and sometimes it bugs you because a transactional approach has its limitations. And there's the legal ambiguity, there is the time and resource component, and then, of course, implementing all of this in a very complex R&D framework is extremely difficult. And just giving you an example of the plant breeding sector, because that's one of the sectors that I'm familiar with, and that's on the next slide. If we look at, for instance, plant breeding, and it's the same for other companies, on the next slide. Yeah, thank you. So what we see is that breeders, and again, it would apply also to other sectors, you always need a lot of genetic resources, but especially in breeding, in agricultural innovation, you want to actually look at a lot of plant genetic resources. And you have to address regularly new breeding objectives. But you also have to look at other types of material. You have to look at pathogens for testing disease resistance, and you can get this from a variety of sources. There's a high transaction cost to obtain the pick and the mud. One additional complexity in plant breeding is that you do not only have the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol reality, but you also have the reality of the international treaty, where some of the material can be obtained through the standard material transfer agreement. So if we go to the next slide, and the graph there is not meant to be readable, it's just to show complexity for a certain crop, where you come from and how much additional material you use actually to then come and further develop new varieties. So the origin of all of that is very complex. And many of the plant genetic resources have been collected and transferred and used over the years as well. So it also brings a historic complexity in the mix. So we can go to the next slide. So in that sense, every product is a combination of different genetic resources. And the question is, okay, what is fair sharing of benefits, and how do you deal with actually a transactional approach if you have to deal with that complexity? Going to the next slide, coming from many different sources as well, and you interact with multiple stakeholders. And I think that the examples here with all of these layers of complexity would apply to many industries actually when they are looking at genetic resources. And the DSI topic has made that even more complicated because that has put an additional layer of complexity, also an additional layer of possibilities, of course, to deal with more diversity, but then also, of course, with more challenges to ensure that you have the license to operate to deal actually with these data in your daily operation. So we can go to the next slide. The sheer size of this, the many sequences at once, the totality of all the sequences that you always want to look at, and the high level of redundancy in that sense. So you're dealing now with the complexity that you have to deal with. And then you can talk about maybe applying a certain transactional approach for certain specific cases. But the recognition, I think, in these discussions that we are here observing is that only applying a transactional approach for the topic of DSI would not work. And that's why in COP15, they have established this multilateral mechanism, which we now need to operationalize. And I think what is the key thing, and that's a key message I would want to bring as well on the next slide, is that there are these complex use cases that we have to look at, and then we understand why it is extremely difficult actually to manage all of this on a one-to-one on or in securing certain agreements. And that is the case, again, with some examples here in land breeding, but you can also apply it again to other sectors. So if you go to the next slide. If we apply it to crop improvement, why is DSI important? And I mean, some of you might have been in the side event of CGIAR as well, or are very well aware of CGIAR, making that point again and again that if we talk about using DSI, this is closely linked to the management of the physical genetic resources. There's a very important link, but DSI is often used as a tool to increase the effectiveness of breeding, and it is used as a tool to analyze and compare certain things. And another important message is that we are in this together. If you look at some of the very important portals that have been set up, most of the key users are developing countries, are emerging countries. So this is not, again, what we saw sometimes, a developed country type of discussion. This is a discussion about all of us. How do we ensure that we have the license to operate? And then we can go through the next slide. The key thing there is that we have to reconcile the access, but in my view, the value creation that is happening through accessing, transferring, and having this complexity managed, and the request for the benefit sharing. And what we need to avoid is that we go to a system that is imposed that would actually increase complexity and add an additional layer of complexity, undermining that value creation. So we have to look at different systems. We can look at a transactional system and a system which is very refined in saying, okay, for that specific data that we generate there, we have a type of clearing that we provide, and we provide that to a client or the market. But there is also a broader complexity for certain applications and for certain companies that is looking for something that goes beyond that transactional approach. And then we're looking at modalities for the multilateral mechanism that we are advocating for, I think, this week. And then we can go to the next slide. And there I wanted to give a few messages. First of all, we sometimes talk about benefit sharing, monetary benefit sharing on DSI. But there is actually a broader frame, because we know that there is a lot of value created through access, transfer, use of DSI. So we actually have to look at how can we overcome these limitations of the value creation. And that's where the topic of capacity building comes in. That's where you also live in your company. You deal with, we actually provide also data capacity building. This is a key point of the discussions. And it's clear, it's also in your position of UNDP, capacity building, to ensure an inclusive further growth of the value creation, and the value sharing is key. And that's why, going to the next slide, if we then go back to the decision on the multilateral mechanism, and then we can go to the next slide, and the different criteria. And we have heard, I think, from the negotiations this week already that it's important that it's efficient, that it's feasible, that it's practical, that it has more benefits than it costs. And then we have to take a few things into consideration. And that's one of the key messages I would want to bring. The next slide, that we go to a real multilateral mechanism in that sense. Because I fear that we are to a certain extent building maybe additional layers to a layer cake. And we have to be careful that we actually enable a system to work as such, and that we don't have too many carve-outs or too many what we used to call hybrid approaches. We don't use that term anymore, but de facto, there is still, I think, the risk of having a hybrid approach. So exclusively multilateral is important. Secondly, comprehensive. Comprehensive to make sure that we have as much in there so that when we have to use biodiversity as such, that we actually have the license to operate. And that would recognize the close interaction between genetic resources and DSI. It would actually not talk about, so we go to the next slide, or the slide before, because we're getting back and forth now. The fact that the revenue is seldom attributable to a specific DSI. There's seldom DSI-related products. We know there is a rate of use which is different between different companies and between different sectors. And we also know there are certain definitional issues, issues with defining what is use, what is DSI. So we have to overcome that by saying, let's build a system which is actually fairly simple, which has a low transaction cost as a system as a whole, where we enable companies to have that license to operate when they do create the value. And that will be a very important thing to keep in mind for the negotiators. Let's build something which is multilateral. Let's build something that is comprehensive in its ambition. Maybe it's a stepping stone towards a system that's more comprehensive. Maybe we will not reach it at the end of next week as a decision, but it's definitely something which needs to be an ambition. And then we can have actually the world where we have different cases and different stages. I think there is room for a base camp approach in all of this, and I think it's very valuable what is happening there. But there is also the need for a multilateral mechanism and a workable system to give that ability for companies and institutions that work on a huge diversity of biodiversity. Because there's a risk, I think, if we don't do that. First of all, maybe the value of biological material becomes less, and then we're actually undermining sustainability goals, and we have to take that into consideration. And we might actually undermine the probability of innovation as well, because you decrease the level of biodiversity that is accessible. And that is something we need to avoid, I think. Fragmentation in this would really destroy value. And I think I'm finishing with that. The last slide, just checking. Yeah, the fair contributions is another thing, of course. When we talk about who should contribute, there's a lot of talk now about companies should contribute. How do we contribute? How much do we contribute? I think it's important there to recognize that value that's brought in, to take into consideration what is actually the license to operate that's provided, and then make sure that it's an inclusive system with further parameters to diversify. Because there are differences, of course, between users, there are differences between companies, there are differences between countries and entities, but it's important that we recognize that we are in this together, I think, and work on a system that will help all of us. So I think I'm gonna end with that. And thanks again for having me, and looking forward to discuss this further with the group and with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dominique. You made lots of interesting points. I think one of the most interesting one as well is, that in the South, there's already, increased capacity, regarding DSI and biotechnology. And this is something that we're seeing more and more over the years. And when you think about the time when the Convention on Biological Diversity was negotiated in 1991, that difference, between the North and the South in terms of biotechnology was huge, but not today. Things have changed. So that's something that I think we should take into account also at the time, when we negotiate, these kind of multilateral agreements. So thank you. Next, we have Professor Isadora T. Yu from the Marine Science Institute, University of the Philippines in Diliman. Professor Yu will speak about DSI for biodiversity conservation and sustainable use perspective from the Philippines.
I'll copy Dominic. It's easier to speak and look at the slides. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you, Santiago, for giving me an opportunity to talk about our situation in the Philippines. So I'm a professor, I'm a researcher, so I will give that perspective. And it's nice to come after Leif and Dominique, who talked about the private sector. Okay. So, slide. All right. So, okay, next slide, please. So I think I want to show this, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Themes and Targets. And if you look at this picture from the DSI Scientific Network, you can see that they are mapped where DSI is either critical or a good component or is important in hitting those targets, for example, in managing invasive alien species or harvesting the wild. So what I would like to talk about more is how our country or how our university is trying to use DSI in, in biodiversity conservation. Next slide, please. So I think Dominique also talked about this. So with the Nagoya Protocol, anytime we want to get sample from the wild, we need to get permits and PICs and MATs in order. So for a country like the Philippines with a lot of biodiversity, it's been a challenge getting this in a very timely manner. There's so much to cover, right? From the coastline to the seas and to the forest. So it takes a while for us to get our permits, but we do get them. And for research purposes, we do have a non-commercial research agreement, which may change later on once there's a product that comes out of it. So most of the work that I will show are done because we got the permits to sample from the wild. Now, what happens after that? We do generate digital sequence information. We do generate short segments or genes. We generate genomes or transcriptomes from the GR. And in academia, what we do is if we want to publish our studies, we have to upload our sequences to a global database, just like the INSDC databases. They're also housed in our research labs and are available for publication. So that sort of complies with the open access, for science and also for our national ABS framework. So then the DSI is used many times, right, together with the other sequences that's found in the database. So that's where the power comes from, because you can now look at the sequence that you get in the context of the larger biochemical information. So next slide, please. So these are just some of the projects that I've seen where we use DSI for use in biodiversity conservation in the Philippines. So for example, we have a lot of publication using molecular data for taxonomy. So there's a lot of publications where we use DSI to actually look at identifying new species or trying to figure out cryptic species, the diversity. We also use a lot of eDNA. So these are all from my university. In terms of biodiversity assessment, looking at the mangrove ecosystem. In terms of food security, there's work in terms of shrimp pathogen detection. So if you want to look at that, and then conservation, and then forensics. So I will actually have two examples later on. But I also to focus on resilience, because a lot of the studies that we are now doing in our institute look at the effect of climate change, ocean acidification, heat stress on corals, on this key species in our ecosystem. So sponges and corals will look at the effect of heat or ocean acidification and use transcriptomics to actually look into that. So these are all non-monetary benefits. The data that we get from our research, we do share with the general public and also with the agencies that are involved in monitoring the biodiversity. Next slide, please. So one of the things I want to highlight perhaps is the giant clam story that we have from our institute. So the Marine Science Institute has established a giant clam culture. This has been established since the 1980s, and it has been used to restock the sites nationwide. So even in the 1990s, when I was a student, we were already looking at the genetic diversity of the giant clams around our country. So we used DSI. And we use that to look with the molecular techniques. We use transcriptomics and genomics to look at the wild populations to see where we can restock which clams. We also use it now to look at how advanced culture and breeding protocols can be facilitated by the use of this. So this is our giant clam nursery in Silaki. So that's something that I want to highlight. The next slide, please. And then the scientists from the other institute, from my university, the Institute of Biology, they have been helping the Department of Environment and Natural Resources in the wildlife trade. So there's a lot of this happening. So I think 20 years ago, 10 years ago, they did establish a DNA barcoding lab. So there's a molecular wildlife forensics lab, so they call it WildForce. It's a collaboration between university and the Department of Environment, DNR. And so what they do in this is, for example, we've helped them look at identifying, things that were meat. So you don't see the animal anymore. You just see the parts. And so they use DNA to figure out it was actually a regulated or an endemic or threatened species. So this is the pangolin, the Palawan pangolin. So that was one of the things they worked on. And the lab is in Diliman, in Quezon City, in the city. So there's only one lab. So now the idea is to actually make more labs around the Philippines. Yes, and then they also are trying to come up with a DNA barcode database for endemic species so we can better track what's happening. Next slide, please. And so understanding that we really need to invest in this ecosystem. So my university has set up a genome center. So we're kind of late, but the proposal for the Philippine Genome Center was approved in just 2009. It takes a lot of funding to come up with the building and the technology and everything, but we did come up with a DNA sequencing facility in 2013 and bioinformatics core facility in 2014. It was actually very useful during the COVID pandemic. It was the only sequencing center in the entire Philippines. So underscoring the importance of sequence information. And the Philippine Genome Center is a collaboration between my university and the Department of Science and Technology. So a lot of money, the funds was sourced through the department, through the government. And so we have established R&D programs to look at biodiversity, health, and other thematic areas that we are interested in. So if you look at the star here at the top, that's the first one. So that's the first one. And that was the only sequencing center in the Philippines. And now we're trying to establish, the UP, my university is trying to establish 2 more in the different locations. So the one in the middle is Visayas, and the one at the bottom is Mindanao. So it is now being built. So the building is there, but we still have to put instruments in there. So it's not just sequencing, next-gen sequencing, but also proteomics. So we have mass spectrometry and other high-throughput sequencing methods. Next slide, please. So, so basically what I want to say is that in the Philippines, DSI is already being used for biodiversity conservation. However, it is limited in scope. And it's not at the scale that we want or should implement to have more significant impact. And this is primarily because there's limited technical expertise, and it's usually found in academia. So, we do research, we do educational outreach programs, just like LEAVE. The other hurdle that we have is that the reagents are imported. We do not have a local biotechnology company. And all of the reagents that are used for sequencing molecular biology work is imported. So that is also something to consider. The molecular labs and sequencing centers are limited. So even if we do have the Philippine Genome Center, there are some sequencing technologies that are not available. So we still send our samples outside the Philippines to get them done. And beyond publications, which is in and of itself good, the development of local products from the use of DSI is limited. So it's more the ecosystem. There are a lot of research that produces invention disclosures, but this does not translate into patents locally. And so what I want to end up with is that for now, what is happening is that there's more non-monetary benefits from the use of DSI in the form of guidance and policy and monitoring tools. Then for my last slide, so hopefully with the negotiations that's happening in the next few weeks, whatever we come up with, hopefully should not restrict research and innovation, especially in an already resource-limited setting, just like my country. They also must not impose additional burdens, administrative burden to scientists or to the national agencies. Obtaining permits could be more efficient or streamlined, that could be good. And I know there's also talks about BBNJ, DSI, and other fora. So that is something that my country needs to look into. We have to take into account multiple, fora. And then, similar to what Santiago said earlier, I want to focus on the need for capacity building to generate DSI and maximize the use of DSI. So we need more scientists, more labs, and more instrumentation, because the molecular knowledge, the knowledge that we get from the organisms, will help us better understand how they function, how they interact with each other, and how they interact with the environment. And this would now lead to more informed decisions about how we can monitor them and how can we ensure that with climate change, that we still do have these nice organisms. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. And it's great to see how the scientific capacity, the capacity in genomics has increased in the Philippines over the last 10 years. And although, this is significant, I think, as you said, there's room for improvement. So I can see a great collaboration here, between the Philippines and Basecamp Research growing up. Now, last but not least, we have Preston Hardison, a policy advisor from the TEPTIVA Foundation, who will speak about IIFB positions on human rights and other rights in relation to DSI. Preston, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And let me take my earpods out. So yes, I'm going to try to convince you of the importance of paying attention to the human rights. And let's go to the next slide. First of all, it's part of the framework. So we have made a decision in the framework, Section C, 7 considerations for the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework. I won't read this all out. I'm sure that you're aware of it. But you can see that it talks about an expansive number of issues that need to be taken into account: the rights, the knowledge, the worldviews, the values, the innovations of indigenous peoples and local communities, and that those should be respected, and that should be done with free, prior, and informed consent, and with their full and effective participation in decision-making. So I'm going to mostly focus on the participatory aspects, because there's a number of different aspects of human rights law. The human rights approach is also in subpara G, that it should protect, respect, and promote the fulfilling of human rights. And then also in Target 22, where it talks about the full, equitable, and inclusive, effective, and gender-responsive representation and participation in decision-making. So these are all very important. And then also the respect for cultures and rights over lands, territories, resources, and traditional knowledge. Next slide. Now, we'll start with the Nagoya Protocol. We know that it's a bilateral contractual approach. The reason that it's appealing to indigenous peoples is because it gives them a lot of control over the disposal of their genetic resources. So we call it contracting into custom. The Nagoya Protocol talks about cultural protocols. We refer to biocultural protocols. And those contain the values that should you want to use our samples in research, then you need to pay respect to our values and our customary laws, and we can actually put those into contracts. So you have, not only in the research, but in the future use, you can say, well, if you want to do research, you can research on X, Y, and Z, but if you research on C, R, and T, you have to come back to us and get further permission. So it gives us a lot of control. The problem is, and we are aware of the difference between DSI and genetic resources. There's a significant difference. And the problem with the Nagoya Protocol is, even though it gives you the control over those, it is what I've called the bioprospecting lottery system. So, the sample that you give is not really necessarily valuable at the point of acquisition. It only becomes valuable in hindsight. So you're going to have a lot of little low-grade payments initially, but there's only going to be a few winners. And of course, for those that do win, there are indigenous peoples that say, well, if you've used my sample to create a blockbuster drug, I would really like my indigenous peoples or local community to have most of the benefits because it was our sample. And once you move into these generalized benefit sharing mechanisms, such as the global benefit sharing mechanism, there may be more money available, more funds for projects. But again, those who actually have given those sequences that are important for these blockbuster drugs may not even get benefits. So there's a little bit of a dilemma there. We do know, though, that you cannot, there are some problems with controlling access to sequences and defining what in, small base, there's only two base pairs. All life is generated out of two kinds of base pairs, and kind of defining the object that you own is extremely difficult. So we have come to agreement that in general, we will not pursue the property rights. Although again, there's a little bit. We're not talking about FAO, and FAO may be a different ball game because those crops and breeds were created at the hand of man and women, maybe mostly women sometimes. But in terms of biodiversity, we know that species are dispersing in and out of areas, and they're carrying their genes with them, and they mix and so on. So we know that when we go to the multilateral mechanism, we're not going to be able to have pick and mat. And you're not going to be able to carry over those detailed restrictions or agreements into this system. But we see human rights as a bridge between the Nagoya Protocol, where you have tight control, and the DSI system. So what we're looking for are general terms for protections associated with human rights that actually not only apply to indigenous peoples, some may be specific to indigenous peoples and local communities, but they also apply to citizens at large, civil society, and so on. Next slide. So again, we're not looking for mutually agreed terms for individual sequences, but we do think there needs to be some kind of oversight to ensure that there's compliance with existing human rights laws, and there's also some other rights that might be built in. And that should apply to both scientific and corporate research and innovation. And such principles include things like do no harm. We have issues related to biosecurity and biosafety. We have the right to information. So there's the right to transparency and understanding what's going on with any sequences that were derived from genetic resources or samples taken from our lands, waters, and territories. We also think that human rights can help address the historical appropriation, loss, and damage to indigenous peoples. And remember, the reason that they need the funds so desperately is to repair problems that they have not created. So climate change is not a problem they've generated, but they are now having to deal with the problems, the environmental problems that it's creating. So we understand, again, we're not looking for retrospectivity, but we are looking for a way to move forward and to help care for the living world and to take care of some of that historical damage and historical appropriation. And again, human rights to science and information are very important. There are human rights to science, but these are not freestanding and absolute rights. They exist within a human rights ecosystem and must be taken into account with multiple human rights, including specific rights for indigenous peoples. There's emerging regimes for local communities and so on. I would remind you, for example, that free speech is not simply you can say anything you want in the world, that it's limited by restrictions on incitement, slander, state secrets, etc. So again, we think there may be some principles to regulate scientific research that are not a hindrance to research, but do provide some basic safeguards and protections. We also remind you that, for example, in the health sciences, to do genetic research, you actually have to go through human resources research committees in most countries now because of particular human rights that people have. And so, again, we don't think that some kind of governance within, say, the database structures It's not about having over-the-shoulder, day-to-day regulation of your activities, but it's about at least setting up some general principles that should be followed. Next slide. Now, the sources, where are the sources of these rights? We have universal human rights. For example, Article 29 talks about duties to the community, and participation is both a right, but remember, every human right has a corresponding duty or sets of duties. Every knife has a sheath. They go together. They're complementary. So that it is a duty to promote mutual respect and collective well-being. There are specialized human rights instruments. So, for example, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There are also regional human rights instruments that are applicable. I'd say the Ikazu Agreement, Acuerdo de Ikazu, is this regional agreement that is applied to environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. It has 17 parties, and even though a small agreement, it's an important one and has principles of participation and decision-making in any matter that involves indigenous peoples, local communities, and potential environmental impacts. Next slide. So here's some particular rights that are enunciated in the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Again, we have an emerging local communities rights regime, and even though they haven't been codified in this way, they're emerging and should be taken into account. And I think there's some elements in UNDRIP that can apply to them, not all, of course. States should, in Article 19 says, there should be cooperation in good faith with indigenous peoples through their own representative institutions and the right to free, prior, and informed consent before adopting any measures that affect them. Article 25 is one we don't cite much, but is, I think, incredibly important in this aspect, is that indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual relationship with their traditionally owned or otherwise occupied and used lands. The reason this was put in is there are a lot of lands that are outside existing territories that were once occupied by indigenous peoples, and they still have connections and attachments and rights in those lands that they no longer occupy. So they have responsibilities to their ancestors. They have, we have the Cherokee, for example, the United States were removed from Georgia and forced to walk to Oklahoma in the winter. Many died. But the ones in Oklahoma still go back to Georgia after over 100 years to fulfill their obligations to their ancient historical sites and their ancestors. Next slide. And finally, we have Article 31, which is the most important in relation here. They do have the right to maintain control and develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and genetic resources. Then I want to turn to this idea of framing digital sequence information as mirror information. First of all, in the indigenous peoples' worldview, that is rarely the case. They don't make the distinctions between the physical thing and the intangible thing. They're bound together. And if you remember that the species are their kin, their relatives, they have particular attachments to them, and anything derived from them is still attached to their lineage. And even if you call it information, that's not what they call it. But even in the Western scientific world, it's a little bit misleading. I'm not going to go through all of these things. I'm just going to look at the last one because it's a little more illustrative. But as you all know, these technologies can be used to reverse engineer or to modify genomes. So it's not mirror information. There are technologies that can be used to modify genomes. One of the more interesting issues is de-extinction. So there's all sorts of work going on recovering these extinct species. It sounds like a nice idea, but the reality is that ecosystems have evolved and moved on, and reintroducing these ancient species into modern ecosystems may actually create quite a bit of havoc because they don't have the niches and the roles. Next slide. And I do have a graphic. I'm very bad at graphics, and so again, this is just to recap. There's a historical legacy of guardianship, appropriation, and loss and damage. And I want to point out that our negotiations actually focus on the current territories occupied by indigenous peoples and local communities. But they, in most places, they at one time had much larger areas that they occupied. And the CBD has the Aguigón guidelines to deal with these kinds of situations when you're doing impact assessments on historically occupied areas. We do not have a lot of language in the existing draft, but we do have language on respecting sacred species and sacred areas. And we do think, again, what we're saying is that we're not saying over the shoulder or, but there should be participatory processes that allow indigenous peoples to work with states and with companies to establish some kind of accommodation on these issues related to ancestral domain in relation to DSI. And the final slide. Human rights apply to multiple aspects of DSI governance, research, and innovation. The fundamental right is the right to participate in decisions that affect indigenous peoples and local communities. They should be involved in all aspects of governance of the mechanism. We will be having a non-paper come out, I think, on the governance of the mechanism as a whole. We do have some language on participation in governance of the data systems. And again, we're not talking about day-to-day governance and tight control over research, but in developing some principles to make.
Quiera compartir como primera medida qué sintieron, que nos cuenten su experiencia. Y dos, ¿cómo creen que la destrucción de los ecosistemas puede influenciar o contribuir a las violencias y a la conflictividad social? Comenzamos con Luis. Cuéntanos qué sentiste.
Hola, me llamo Luis Alejandro Costa Temar. Lo que yo sentí es que primero sonaban los pájaros, todo bonito, el viento, y ya llegó una parte que estaban talando, se sonaba la motosierra, el hacha, y también lo de que influenciar es que nuestros padres no nos dejan hacer como que cuidar el páramo en nuestro territorio, porque ellos no entienden, no ven lo que nosotros vemos. Y si seguimos así, nos estamos haciendo daño a nosotros mismos, porque Pachamama es nuestra tierra. Gracias.
A ti muchas gracias. Hacernos daño a nosotros mismos, a partir de dañar la tierra. Muchas gracias. Dale.
Primero que todo, pues Dios dejó una creación lo más de vida que nosotros como seres humanos, vosotros y vosotros tenemos que cuidarla día tras día, porque de ahí es donde sale todo el producto, lo que se dice agua, camarón, pescado y muchos seres vivos como los pájaros, mariposas y en seres más de viviente. Entonces, así mismo nosotros mismas tenemos que empoderarnos cada día de nuestros manglares, de nuestra fauna y flora, porque sin ese ecosistema global que estamos hoy en día viendo todo lo que está afectándonos a todos y vosotros de toda la región, eso hace que lo podamos sentir y desde ya tenemos que enfocarnos entre juntos, unidos, sacar adelante todo este paisaje que como decir, porque el manglar siente, ríe, él respira y sin esos pájaros no es, como te digo, es un ser que ya hace parte de nosotros, ¿me entiende? Entonces por eso también tenemos que enfocarnos en todas las personas que talan los mangles para sí mismo poder darle esa voz de aliento al manglar, a los paisajes, porque si nosotras como mujeres y niños en general no nos empoderamos día tras día de lo que nos dejó Dios, entonces el día de mañana vamos a sentir todo esto que no queremos. Queremos fluir, queremos crecer, queremos ver esa lucha que día tras día habíamos ido avanzando con organizaciones y entidades que hacen posible todas estas bonitas labores, que nos empoderemos nuestro manglar, que sembremos, que lo limpiemos, que le cantemos, que le hablemos. Entonces eso es algo maravilloso, y que el día de mañana nosotras no estemos, quedan esos legados como este niño que está aquí de ejemplo, un paso a seguir para seguir empoderando jóvenes que sepan todo ese conocimiento del manglar y de la flora y la fauna. Entonces ese es un deber que todos tenemos que hacerlo porque nos nace, y es algo que lo traemos de nuestros abuelos y algo que tenemos que seguir sacando, rescatando toda esa naturaleza.
Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, a veces es un poquito, digamos, me da como sentimiento escuchar al principio todo el sonido de los animales, de los pajaritos, y luego la destrucción, ¿no? Me recuerda mucho a algunas conversaciones que nuestros mayores en el territorio nos dicen, ¿no? Antes, por ejemplo, como decía Alejandro, había más páramo, pero ahora uno sube y hay tractores, hay quemas del páramo, entonces eso duele bastante, porque nosotros como indígenas también estamos llamados a cuidar el territorio, pero hay muchas veces que también le hacemos daño, ¿no? Con nuestras acciones. Entonces me da como nostalgia a veces de que lo que había antes, que nuestros mayores nos cuentan en sus historias, en sus relatos, tal vez ya no es lo mismo que tenemos hoy, y no sabemos tampoco cómo van a ser los relatos para nuestros hijos en un futuro no muy lejano, porque siempre estamos hablando de futuro, ¿no? Y tal vez ese futuro es el presente, porque tenemos que cuidarlo desde ahora. Entonces eso, muchas gracias.
A ti muchas gracias. Nos toca correr un poquito. Si quieres ya te doy la palabra. Por ahora hablemos un poco de lo que ustedes dos nos comentaban. Muy rápidamente, la destrucción de ecosistemas, además de un daño directo a nuestra fauna, nuestra flora, tiene afectaciones directas sobre los medios de vida tradicionales de las comunidades. Cuando, por ejemplo, porque se destruye un ecosistema, un territorio, hay un desplazamiento de una comunidad, pues es una comunidad que está habituada al trabajo agrícola, por ejemplo, en su tradición, en las formas en las cuales han aprendido a relacionarse con ese territorio, y por ende tener unos medios pues de vida que son los que también dictan su calidad de vida. La pérdida de territorio y el conflicto por el territorio, que también pasa cuando se destruyen pues áreas, digamos, de territorio y de ecosistemas, genera conflictividad también entre las comunidades que muchas veces compiten por recursos, pero que pues también aunado con, digamos, la pérdida de medios de vida tradicionales, pues tienen unas pérdidas que tienen múltiples dimensiones en lo que tiene que ver con esta relación con la tierra. Tenemos que correr un poquito por tema de tiempo, así que vamos a unir dos sentidos en este momento.
Listo. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que jugaron con tierra? Que tocaron la tierra. Desde los 8 años, sí. Y hoy queremos invitarles, tranquilos, tranquilas, tenemos pañitos, bueno, cómo limpiarnos las manos y demás, pero quisiéramos invitarles a que se regalen este espacio para jugar con este poquito de tierra y nos cuenten qué sienten y cómo conectan precisamente habitar la tierra, tocar la tierra, trabajar, jugar con la tierra, y nuevamente cómo las diferentes violencias hacia la tierra y por la tierra afecta la convivencia de las comunidades, afecta a través del desplazamiento, afecta a través de la disputa por las tierras, y nuevamente cómo conectamos estos temas de la conservación y el cuidado de la tierra con la construcción de paz. ¿Qué sintieron? ¿Qué están sintiendo en este trabajo con la tierra? Ya no es desde los 8 años, ya puedes decir que hoy en la COP tocaste la tierra. ¿Alejandro? ¿Quieres decir
Yo siento paz cuando toco la tierra, me siento alegre, porque estoy tocando la Pachamama, mi tierra. Gracias.
Lo que pasa es que entendí la pregunta mal. Pues uno como víctima del conflicto armado, pues eso es lo que tanto sufre cuando lo desplazan de su territorio y tiene que basarse a otros lugares, a conocer nuevamente. Entonces, pues nosotros como piangüera de Tumaco, Nariño, Raíces del Manglar, tocamos la tierra todo un tiempo, porque vivimos del molusco piangua, de otros sinfines de alimentos que salen de la tierra, produciendo, sembrando el manglar, que le digo, recogiendo la basura que cae al manglar, sembrando las aromáticas, limpiando muchas especies. Entonces, nosotras como mujeres lo hacemos todos los días. Entonces, volverla a sentir hoy día aquí en la COP16 me hace una mujer más empoderada, más engrandecida, y pues llevar tantos conocimientos que hay aquí a mi territorio para triplicarlo es muy orgulloso de mi parte y de usted. Muchísimas gracias.
Muy bien. La verdad es que no me quiero extender, pero cuando la compañera dijo que ella desde los 8 años no tocaba o de pronto esa fue la última vez que quizás ella jugó. La verdad yo sí tuve infancia y la mejor infancia del mundo la tuve yo, Nelly Lucía Paredes, yo la tuve, la mejor, sí. O sea, yo la tierra la disfruto y la vengo disfrutando a lo máximo, es de siempre, ¿sí? A pesar de la violencia que ha venido habitando mi municipio, ¿sí? Yo sigo siendo dueña, porque yo me creo dueña de la tierra, ¿sí? Sí, mi mejor infancia y ahora que la toco acá, eso me recuerda. Yo siempre tengo buenas anécdotas de todo lo que tiene que ver con la tierra y la infancia, como ya lo expresó la compañera, aportando un poquito con ella, ¿sí? Nosotras somos recolectadoras de un molusco que se llama piangua, que se extrae de la raíz de los manglares, los esteros del Pacífico, ¿sí? Nosotras sí tenemos el privilegio de tocar diario el lodo, la tierra, ¿sí? Nosotras crecimos y mantenemos en ella, ¿sí? Entonces, nada, la tierra para mí, mejor dicho, ella vive en mí, donde quiera que vaya, yo soy tierra.
Muy bien, me encantan estas frases y es con lo que nos queremos ir. Yo soy tierra, yo soy semilla, pero también somos quizás no dueños, sino cohabitamos, protegemos, somos con la tierra, eso nos encanta. Infortunadamente empezamos un poquito tarde y no queremos retrasar más la agenda, pero queremos agradecerles y dejarles este mensaje, primero de conectar y no olvidar que no solo observamos con los ojos, sino observamos con lo que escuchamos, con lo que tocamos, con lo que palpamos, pero además esa responsabilidad que tenemos desde diferentes lugares del país y del mundo donde nos encontramos para poder seguir construyendo realmente paz con la naturaleza, que implica la paz entre nosotros y nosotras, y la paz y el sentirnos parte realmente de la naturaleza y no que podemos acabar pues con esta. Entonces, de verdad, muchísimas gracias. No sé si Feli quiera cerrar, pero perdón, ya. Sí. Sí, son muy cortitos, pero nos podemos ir a tomar un café y seguir hablando. Claro que sí. Mil gracias y mil gracias por haber aceptado esta invitación.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zoraida Fajardo. I am part of the team of Sustainable Development of the Program of the United Nations for Development, headed by Jimena Puyana, who is here with us today. From the Program of the United Nations for Development, we want to greet you and thank you for being here with us in the launch of the documentary Panamunas, the Soul of the Mountain. This documentary visualizes the action of women in the face of climate change and the loss of biodiversity. Their efforts in processes of governance in high mountains, the identity of rural people, and the search for adaptations in the face of climate change in the great landscapes of Kichingasa, which are greatly important territories that bring and provide water for millions of inhabitants in Bogota and nearby cities. These territories, where we created new labs for climate change and for climate action, have become areas of knowledge and sharing experiences for food security through the rescue of agrodiversity and by creating activities that are nature-based. Also alternatives that are based on conservation and the preservation of biodiversity in the community. The UNPD, as one of its greatest goals, fulfills the role of integrating the climate change agenda in biodiversity. We support and elevate the voices of indigenous people in the link between climate, nature, and development. That is why in the framework of the program, expanding the vision of climate in the land and farming at national level, we are very honored because these organizations have allowed us to accompany, support, and contribute to community processes where women take and have a fundamental role. Now, following the documentary, we will enjoy the contributions of the great speakers who have historically have associations and spaces supporting biodiversity and climate action, as well as supporting and preserving nature in their territories. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
A lavar, a limpiar, a cocinar y a criar niños. Yo quería ser alguien en la vida, yo quería estudiar, no sabía de qué, pero yo quería ser doctora. Pues mi mamá decía de que para qué estudio si uno de mujer para tener hijos no necesitaba estudio. Conocí la guerrilla y lo primero que yo pregunté, si ahí uno le tocaba qué hacerle de comer a diario a los hombres. Me dijeron, no, eso es compartido. ¿Allá le toca uno lavarle la ropa a diario a los hombres? No, eso es compartido.
En lo profundo del bosque, en lo profundo del bosque, los océanos han nacido.
Esta semana inicia el racionamiento de agua en la capital. El nivel de los embalses
monitorizado por localidades por 24 horas.
Me enamoré de Sumapaz y le dije a unos compañeros, este lugar es muy bonito para uno vivir, pero no así como estamos, no así enguerrillerados. Allá en esas casitas, en esas finquitas, refugiados y con todas las de la ley, sería muy hermoso vivir en este páramo. Y cosas de la vida, mi única y primer hija es hija de un hijo de esta tierra. Pasaron 25 años y pues me resulté quedando a lo último. Cuestiones de la vida y cuestiones del amor.
Tenemos un legado de un territorio de luchas agrarias, unas luchas en donde los ancestros sufrieron, digamos, ese flagelo de la violencia y que a ellos los conllevó a unirse con el propósito de lograr defenderse. Por eso, pues, empezamos a plantearnos que como comunidades que convivimos en un territorio, que estamos rodeados de naturaleza, tenemos que aportarle a conservar ese ecosistema. Y es por eso que empezamos a pensarnos en trabajar en un laboratorio comunitario campesino de acción climática.
Yo trabajé fue con comunidades, ayudando a organizar en la parte política. Yo no puedo utilizar solamente esta condición de reincorporación para mi beneficio económico, sino que hay que dejar huella en el territorio. Tenemos un bien común y en ese bien común tenemos que unificarnos. AAA Sumapaz es una organización mixta compuesta por firmantes de paz, campesinas y campesinos del territorio y víctimas del conflicto. Esta temporada de verano se ha venido muy dura.
En los primeros meses del año del 2024, en la zona andina colombiana, estamos atravesando por el fenómeno del Niño. Teníamos unas crisis hídricas que no se atendieron y se cruzaron estos dos acontecimientos y hoy lo que tenemos son unos escenarios de escasez porque esta zona es la que le abastece el agua a Bogotá y es una muestra del impacto que tiene el fenómeno del Niño, pero también del impacto que ha tenido acumulado pues, de una gestión del agua que ha sido desequilibrada. La idea de que somos una fábrica de agua es una idea que está hace bastante tiempo. Creo que es una idea que se gestó en la ciudad. Es una idea, a mi modo de ver, bastante lesiva. De fondo, lo que está ocultando es una forma de acaparamiento de agua que ha sido desequilibrada con el territorio, que ha comprometido la integridad pues, del páramo, de la montaña. Llevarlo a esa idea le ha implicado que las personas que habitamos el territorio incluso tengamos dificultad para acceder al agua. El acaparamiento de agua es impresionante pues, por el modelo de ocupación.
Entonces va a haber una crisis económica. Yo pienso que a nivel nacional ya se han generado conflictos dentro de la misma comunidad por el agua.
Lo que nos queda en Huasca son relictos del campesinado, en un modelo pues ganadero lechero. El campesinado en Huasca se ha distanciado de la agricultura. Cundinamarca es una de las zonas donde pues, se instaló el sector floricultor. Es un sector que lleva bastante, más de 30 años haciendo un proceso de producción de flores, que en últimas pues, es exportar agua. Hemos comprometido ese ciclo hídrico en el territorio. Hoy está migrando hacia una nueva producción y los arándanos se han venido pues, posicionando. Hoy la frontera agrícola que tiene el páramo pues, ya no está siendo empujada por los monocultivos grandes de papas, sino está por los cultivos bajo cubierta. Y para empujar esta frontera no solamente pues, se transforma el uso del suelo, sino que también pues, se requiere controlar y acceder a grandes cantidades de agua para poder sostener pues, los cultivos. En el país se estima que más o menos queda como el 4% de los bosques altoandinos. Fueron los ecosistemas a los que se les dio más fuerte, como es la zona más densificada del país, fueron los recursos que se usaron para poder construir las ciudades. Entonces los bosques altoandinos, que eran los que regulaban gran parte del agua, los que atrapaban los bosques de niebla incluso, quedó digamos que el páramo súper expuesto.
Los ecosistemas no debemos mirarlos como algo individual. Creamos como que los seres humanos somos unos, la naturaleza, el arbolito que está allá es otro, la especie nativa que está allí es otra, el río es otra cosa aparte. Y resulta que nosotros hemos evidenciado que no, cada cosa se complementa una con la otra.
Nos hemos venido dando cuenta como campesinos que este territorio, y yo creo que todos, pero el páramo en particular, por la altura, pues tiene unos cambios muy bruscos de temperaturas, tanto altas como bajitas, fuertes lluvias, sequía, esas heladas que caen. Somos una organización agropecuaria, pero no tenemos la forma económica para sembrar nuestras pequeñas huertas, al menos, de una manera más sostenible. Ahí fue cuando comenzamos a hacer unos procesos con el PNUD, que el proyecto Escala pues fortalece ese proceso que ya traíamos. Se hicieron unos invernaderos con unas camas de germinación para plantas nativas. Todas nuestras acciones agrícolas y de producción siempre tengamos en mente es el cuidado de este frágil ecosistema en el cual vivimos.
Cuidar y preservar lo nuestro, creo que es tan importantísimo, volver a lo nativo. A veces piensan que eso es subdesarrollo. Esos conocimientos y esos saberes campesinos hay que rescatarlos. Los complementamos con la academia y creo que eso hace algo súper potente.
Cocinar en estufa de leña, hacer cuajadas y sopa preparar con la cosecha del huerto. Después de la tierra trabajar, bonito, bonito fuera sembrar papa, maíz, frijol y haba por aquí, bonito fuera.
Adaptarse es caro, adaptarse implica construir conocimiento, adaptarse implica tener capacidad de planeación, adaptarse implica tener capacidad de gestión y agencia política.
Eso implica meterle inversión a transformar los sistemas de acceso al agua.
Ponerle cuidado al suelo, ¿sí? Es un suelo que ha estado sosteniendo la ganadería, compactándose, poner el conocimiento que está en el monte, que se puede construir con el monte. Eso es lo que hemos hecho con Fortaleza, poner, digamos que al servicio pues, de las mismas familias, el trabajo de reconstrucción de conocimiento alrededor del monte, los esfuerzos de propagación de especies nativas para las fincas, es decir, propagar de mano campesina a mano campesina.
Hicimos unos estudios de laboratorios campesinos, laboratorios comunitarios, un proceso de abonos orgánicos y lo más importante fue que comenzamos a replicar este proceso que veníamos haciendo con anterioridad, pero que con Escala ya lo llevamos a la práctica con la juventud. Sumapaz es despensa de agua, es biodiversidad, es vida, es riqueza, es un montón. Y el solo nombre nomás tiene un significado enorme, Sumapaz.
Que esta figura de zona de reserva campesina ha servido para conservar el ecosistema. Es una manera de ordenar el territorio y lo ordenamos como nosotros no lo soñamos, con un páramo con campesinos.
La recuperación de las semillas andinas, por ejemplo, es fundamental para fortalecer los sistemas agroalimentarios que se han deteriorado. Facilitar los traspases de semillas, permitiendo que estén disponibles para el campesinado, porque tienen un alto valor en torno al conocimiento territorial.
Hemos hemos venido haciendo ejercicios de reconocimiento de la biodiversidad que tenemos en la zona de reserva campesina de Cabrera. Uno de ellos en un sendero del oso andino que hemos identificado en la comunidad, y para nosotros ha sido bastante interesante encontrar orquídeas hermosísimas, gran variedad de orquídeas, incluso algunas de ellas que están en vía de extinción ya en el departamento de Cundinamarca, pero todavía la tenemos acá en este territorio.
Bonito fuera encontrar de todas las mágicas por aquí.
Las comunidades que habitamos este ecosistema altoandino, el páramo del Sumapaz, hemos venido pensándonos y creando y aplicando estrategias para la adaptación al cambio climático. Las comunidades hemos venido haciendo un ejercicio de resistencia, de volver a rescatar esas prácticas agroecológicas. Cuando empezamos a indagar, vimos que todavía hay población de abejas nativas. Lo más bonito es que son abejas nuestras, son de nuestro continente, son únicas en el planeta y que no tienen aguijón. Van a ser polinizadoras, ¿sí? Polinizadoras de los cultivos, que son las actividades, digamos, de la economía campesina, pero también nos van a servir para polinizar esos bosques que han sido alterados, ¿sí? ¿Cómo vamos a restaurar esos bosques? Con el laboratorio lo que hemos venido buscando es que las comunidades tengan una conciencia a que ese modelo de producción tenemos que ir cambiándolo, ¿sí?
Después de que yo tomé las riendas de esta finca, pues empecé a manejar muchos herbicidas que lo único que hace es traer degradación para el suelo. Empezaron a darnos una charla sobre las abejas nativas. Pues uno veía unos animalitos ahí, unos insectos, pero uno no sabía que nos ayudaban mucho a polinizar cultivos de café y cítricos, por ejemplo. Yo utilizaba herbicidas, yo creo que primero como por ignorancia. O sea, yo no sabía el daño que le estaba haciendo al suelo y de pronto por ahorrarse unos pesos. Y me metí en la cuestión de apis también pensando en eso. O sea, yo lo pensé más que todo por polinización, que de pronto por comercializar miel. Pero pues aparte de eso, dices, también nos dan una cuestión económica que nos ayuda.
El modelo ganadero pues ha tenido una connotación que tiende a ser muy patriarcal. Eso pues tiene unas implicaciones en quién toma decisiones en las fincas. Yo soy la nieta de un cazador de páramo. Nuestras abuelas eran las que sostenían las casas mientras los abuelos con las mismas armas de cacería intimidaban dentro de los hogares. Ellas estuvieron casi toda su vida en la finca, en la iglesia, haciendo pan y criando. Esa idea de que ahora nosotras somos quienes vamos al monte a buscar semillas para intentar hacer otras cosas, yo creo que eso es un cambio muy, muy importante.
Las mujeres están marcando una pauta y este importante proceso de zona de reserva campesina. Somos 16 veredas que habemos unificadas y de las integrantes que reúnen todas las organizaciones, un alto porcentaje es de mujeres. Las mujeres han marcado un camino de lucha, un camino de emancipación, de reconciliación. Esas generaciones que han venido de mujeres y de hombres, pues ha dejado una huella que marca ese perfil de la mujer sumapaceña, porque ella siempre ha estado ahí luchando frente a ese patriarcado que ha habido marcado en las regiones y en todo el país.
Yo creo que la restauración en manos campesinas es una potencialidad muy importante. Creo que es una posibilidad de biopoder, posibilidades de recomponer esas formas de relacionamiento con el monte. Implica mirar el territorio de otra manera.
buscamos que sean esas alternativas nuestras, comunitarias, campesinas, esas iniciativas de conservar y preservar lo nuestro para que en un futuro podamos pervivir más tiempo en este planeta.
Los caminos que antes eran de la guerra ahora son caminos de paz. Me llena de ilusión que estos procesos organizativos se puedan fortalecer y siga ese camino hacia la reconciliación, que lo podamos replicar a todos los páramos.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We will start now a discussion, a conversation about the contribution of women in the face of climate action in the context of biodiversity in the region of Sumapaz and Chitas. And for that, we would like to invite our moderator and our speakers, Ana Beatriz Barona. She is the coordinator of the Small Nations Programs in association with the UNPD. Now I would like to invite Paola Bolaños. She is one of the main characters in this documentary. She represents the farmer corporation Corcompas Sumapaz. And as I said, one of the main characters in this video. I would like to invite Alejandro. Alejandro is a biologist and a photographer. He specializes in plants and he has worked for many years creating strategies for scientific divulgation, and he has produced many audiovisual content about nature, and he's the director of Photosynthesis, a partner of UNPD in the production of the documentary you just enjoyed. Dear Sandra Bilardi, please. Sandra Bilardi is a marine biologist, director of ecology and the environment, and she is currently a professor at the Anton University and a writer for the Espectador, and she is also one of the 29 Colombian women who has been distinguished by UN Women in environmental efforts. And last, Maria Jimena Valero. She is a forest engineer. She specializes in the environment and local development. She is a professional in the restoration group funded by the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development, and she also leads all efforts related to the national strategy for restoration that she has inherited when she was the Vice Minister of the Environment. Quite a challenge for the country. Now I will give the floor to Anita if you want to complement the presentation for a couple minutes, and we will start our discussion. Thank you very much, Zoraida. I think we were all moved by this documentary that not only inspires us, but also kind of like moves us. There was a clear message about the importance of the work that is being done and what the efforts that are also needed. If you want to tell us a little bit about your organizations, where you come from, it's quite the honor actually for me to be here because we are working together with Scala and we are continuing these efforts and the climate actions generated by many of these organizations and the experiences you've shared. We've been working with another great number of 14 other organizations, escalating and expanding the efforts of some of your organizations. Some of the work carried out by Suma Paz and other of your organizations. Thank you very much. My name is Paula Bolaños. I would like to also bring you the greetings from the high mountains of all of our people. I come from a territory that has been greatly marked by conflict and violence, a territory that was organized under a figure known as a farmer reserve area. Speaking about Corcun Pass is a farmer organization made up of other organizations based in the territory, organizations that have been discussing how to organize and how to bring order to our territory. Today, now we have the opportunity to start making some of our efforts and community exercises visible. As Alfredo Molano also said, the efforts of the side of Colombia that many do not know. My name is Alejandro Calderón. I am the director of photosynthesis. Thank you, Zoraida, for inviting me and having me here. I've been working for so many years producing documentaries. And in this case, this short film is part of this Scala project. And it's also part of an audiovisual project that we've been working on in the Páramos of Colombia and that we've been developing now for many years. So I would like to thank you and also highlight that I think it is very important to discuss women issues, and I am honored to participate. This is a matter and a subject that it's not only something that women can discuss, but I am honored to be part of this discussion as well. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for the invitation to share such an important space and to be able to watch these beautiful images. I think many of you have the same feeling, the feeling of being linked to nature. It's something that we were somehow forced to ignore. We learned that rural areas were sort of lesser, if you may. When I was watching Miss Suma Paz, my family is from Paranguna, and my family has had so many stories and so much past, and I think that this is the moment, a moment of transition where we can reconnect with everything rural. I think that now nature is making a call for us women, for the role of women and the role of rural women. And I think that this is a beautiful piece, and I also want to thank you for that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jimena Valero. We are working with the Agency for Forests in the Ministry of the Environment. And I had a reaction in this sort of spiral of life. The first job that I had, which was in the Suma Paz Páramo, helped me understand, and this was quite a while ago, this helped me understand the link with the land, the fight for the land. And this fight took me to the Amazon and brought me to many other roles. And I think it's very important to bring these restoration processes that we've been carrying out in the Amazon also to Bogota. This is something that we are seeing right here, the problem of water, the positioning of social organizations, and now also the role of women in this regard, and the interconnectivity we have with everything. So I am so grateful for being here and feeling so connected with you all.
These expressions connect us even more. We are going to start with Paola, and we want you to tell us, how do you build peace with nature, these reconciliation processes from climate action and biodiversity protection? Very well. One of the first things that have allowed us to achieve peace processes with nature from the rural communities, we have offered alternatives to the economic and productive model that exists in the country and in the planet today. Those proposals have been consolidated in the framework of our rural communities model. The initiatives that we have set forth from Suma Paz territory, the largest tundra in the world, is to create reserves for farmers as part of the process, taking care of a shared house. This is something common for women because we give life and we care for the territory, and this is one of the important roles in the processes. The existence of organizational processes from farmers in this territory have made the Suma Paz tundra the best preserved one by farmers. The organizational processes secure peace with nature. Organizing the territory has been one of the proposals set forth by this government administration about how to organize the territory around water. And this idea of organization that we have set forth is helping us, and it is a tool to ask that question. How do we stop the agricultural barrier? How do we think about the preservation strategies, but including the farmers? We are part of an ecosystem. We have realized that we are part of biodiversity. Do not own it. We are part of that biodiversity. So among all the activities, we have been discussing this notion in that way. And I think that another important point to acknowledge and to highlight is that native is synonymous with resistance, seed, culture, identity, gastronomy of the rural sectors. It brings us together, articulates and connects us. The tundra connects us with water, with rivers. It connects us with community. And I think that because of that, we have been knitting the care for the territory, and this has been part of the exercises that we have carried out to show that the communities of Suma Paz are communities who embrace peace in Colombia, and we have been working on reconciliation processes to overcome the scars of conflict and violence. And today we are there, as you have seen in the video, we are there working hand in hand with other women leaders, but also with the leaders that have been walking throughout these processes. Perfect. The question that we are going to ask you, Alejandro, is based on what I imagine you felt when you arrived in these tundra areas, but also from what you have learned from these women and those implications. If we want you to tell us about that approach, since you are the director of the Paramunas documentary, how did you connect the social and environmental issues in the documentary? Because I think they are very well connected, and the impact that you want to achieve through this and other documentaries on environment that you have worked on in this specific ecosystem with special care. About the approaches, I think there are several. First, with the team, part of the team is present in this meeting. We wanted an approach of hope in connection with climate change and climate change related topics. It is not easy, it is a challenge to bring a hopeful message through the documentaries. But the idea is that that is possible if we organize our efforts to avoid or at least to adapt to climate change. And this was one of the approaches of the documentaries. Also, there is a holistic approach that Paola explains very well, and that is that the river connects to the bear, to human beings, to the butterflies. We are not independent entities. We are part of the whole that makes up life, and separating the social and the environmental notions is not the idea. Social and environmental must come together to create a social project that includes the environment. Environment has to consider social, and social has to consider environment. They have to go hand in hand. And based on a reconciliation process, signatories for peace, victims of violence, farmers, should reach this notion of hope in the face of climate change. And also, I want to express that there was an intention to show that they are not on their own, that they are being supported by a global policy in their efforts. And such meetings like this one contribute to this. I think that there is an intent or a focus. And about the impact, I think that there are two types of impact or two types of directions that we pursue with such documentaries. I feel that people are not very well informed. They do not rely on the sufficient information or criteria to deliver an opinion as part of the public opinion. And this documentary seeks to nourish society and the public opinion with tools that are serious, based on research and serious journalism, so that public opinion relies on information for decision making. A public opinion without information and lacking organization will not be able to participate as a stakeholder in democratic systems for decision making purposes. And also, the documentary, apart from including these ideas of providing information that is rational, allows us to use aesthetic and artistic notions. We are convinced that art is the best tool that human beings have to reach, to touch the heart and the conscience. We are trying to make a contribution to a certain extent about knowledge and care for the tundra. I think that you have explained why we saw the images and everything you conveyed through those images. And I think that definitely what you mentioned about how those connections are seen from people, from local actions in a space like this one of international negotiations. Well, this is something that is gathered in the documentary, and we also see in each one of the meetings in which we participate throughout this conference. And I think that Sandra, who works in these two worlds or these two levels, will be able to make a contribution in this sense, acknowledging not only your experience but also the efforts towards preservation of biodiversity. How can we make how can we enable women's integration in the different processes and highlight the importance of their role? I clearly understand that we are in a strange transition where we have a world that, and this was mentioned in the documentary, a very patriarchy based world that is collapsing and a new world is arising. This world that is collapsing is the world that led us to a multifaceted crisis where we have killed each other, we have killed a life, we have sacrificed people, territories, forms of life, and forms of expression. And thanks to the resistance, we are seeing many other notions arise in connection with life. And in the what did we want to sacrifice? The most complex territories, the forest, the water, the mountains. Those were subject to destruction attempts, and also women were meant to be at the end of the chain, and also emotions and art. So the world that emerges is to address means or is meant to address the previous destruction, is the world of emotions of women to cure what was damaged before. And we are undergoing that transition. Science, laws, and culture have to acknowledge that this is happening. It is emerging in the territories and in a country like ours, in which war has been a constant in so many places. The women are giving us examples that we need to acknowledge in the greatness of what is happening, because what is happening is very big. There are thousands and hundreds of thousands of seeds of hope emerging in the territory with the support of many, but with the strength and the consistency of these women and their partners. And we cannot ignore such events. There is a very large company linked to the resources being used to support the processes. This is very valuable, and that is a result of these meetings. Of course, they are useful. Without that, UNDP would have been impossible, but they are working on a day-to-day basis with consistency, with strength and passion to make this possible. But also, we they are helping everyone acknowledge hope in what we no longer are, those beings dependent on nature, dependent on each other because we have to take care of each other, and we have to take care of nature because we depend on nature. So I like the documentary because it is full of hope, because that is hope. Hope is in the renewed connection with what we have always been, our seeds, our traditions. And that memory is a fundamental part of resilience. You call it resistance, and resistance is what has allowed the seeds to sprout. But now we need to share this to be more hopeful. Climate change will be a challenge, and the memory is very valuable, but it will be insufficient. But we need to support it with innovation according to the needs of each party, with the governance innovations or local technology innovation. But that memory is the source. Otherwise, we will adapt to what we are not. What is happening is very powerful, and I hope that we are all seeing it. The world that is finishing and the one that is emerging. We are in the time of coexistence of both worlds, and the task that we have ahead is based on hope to finish with and being compassionate with this dying world. Rage is will not help us because we need to face the new emerging world. And I think that this is a very good message. And with your documentary, you are contributing to such hope. Thank you very much. Thank you for that very nice comment, because it gives us context for this time in history, and we become aware of this opportunity. And we see this from the most simple standpoint. Art is not simple, rather, but it does touch emotions, and it is even more relevant in this kind of scenarios. Thank you, Maria Jimena. And we are also speaking about connections at all levels, from the forest office standpoint. And well, you have mentioned what these efforts means, but in what way have women been included in the ecosystems of the mountains, and what are the challenges that you have in including women in the strategies? We are speaking a lot about strategy, about challenges, but also there are many benefits looking at transitions and moments from the National Development Plan that empowers and places nature and communities at the center. And to that extent, the fact that they are at the center means that they were undermined or denied. You imagine that the ice layer is melting and then it emerges. This national development plan, this vision of country that we are trying to set forth, have left these organizational processes evolve, and women have always been part as a form of expression of such processes, probably because of public policies, because of project decisions. And in that sense, And now I will refer to the national strategy. I hope I get this right. In terms of carrying out models and processes for transition and territorial changes, in which the organizations and the stakeholders who share a vision may carry out may conduct these changes because these changes arise from the daily activities of the communities, and at that point you find the seed for change, that possibility to emerge. And the role of women is there. What happens in such processes? And this poses a challenge, the participation of women in projects and processes, and that is also a challenge because simply from the institutions we focus on the gender issue according to the number of women participating, not only from the role of women, but their specific role, considering the vision that we want to achieve. I have seen this in the different projects and processes for restoration in the country. People understand this very clearly. Planning, life plans, territorial plans, people have been doing them. And the decisions that are being made from the government and the environment ministry seek to empower women and put them at the center, and then have others articulate with them about what we have been doing from the forest directorate office. We are providing support, and I can share with you a support case for the Almorzadero Tundra, in which we have shared an exercise with women association to position their role, and from that we have identified the great voids or gaps and the challenges and the guidelines from our office in looking for a way to provide support from the institutional level of environment. And we are lagging behind in the support that we give. So we have been working on these challenges for the institutions and for guidelines.
On the other hand, if we position these projects and actually read the position of women, we will also see the need to recognize and materialize these efforts and exercises, specifically in contexts of war. When you hear or listen to the story of Suma Paz, you cannot believe the things that they have or they had to endure: violence from their husbands, from their children. So what we need to show and to work around the vision is this history of women. It's a great challenge that we need to take into account in our restoration processes and efforts. Thank you very much. I think that this also sums up and rounds up the main points. I would like to sort of remind some of the main points that you made. Also, rephrasing Soraida's words in the process of scaling these efforts and the work of the UNPD in this region and in others. What we are seeing here is a great focus of your work. And I would like to go back to the word resistance. It's a word that I've heard so many times today. I heard this from an Afro-Colombian leader. The people always speak about resistance, but we are also using this word to refer to the rural people, to the farmers. This revolution, this restoration that Sandra refers to, gives us a lot of hope. And to recall your words, I would like to say that even if these processes, led both by men and women in rural areas, emerge from a process of resistance, resisting is surviving something. It requires fighting, effort, going through difficulty. So we are starting from resistance, and I think that the transition that we are living now brings us hope in the sense that we are moving from resisting to becoming people who can inspire and be reference for others. And we are now people who can show solutions and a new path to the future. I think that this transition is wonderful. This is something that we are seeing in the role of women, as you just said, by curing what has been damaged, what we already believed in. So women who didn't have a role in the local communities now are changing. Now we are seeing changes in their everyday activities. Sometimes we think that what we live every day is not as important, but we are seeing how this resistance is moving and bringing hope on the future to build peace. This is something that was discussed also in the documentary. Also, speaking about the positive process of building peace and sharing and living together in one territory. So I love this vision that gives us hope of what we are living now. I think this makes women more visible and acknowledges women and gives them the space to bring solutions and action. From that viewpoint of women and these calls for local action, I see that you also were referring to the integration of rural and social visions in a more holistic vision. I will also add the social, the cultural, and the environmental aspects that can become one. This holistic view comes mainly from the way of being of women, and it's part of this link and connection that we saw in the documentary. This connection between local action and the capacity of influence in national policies are very important, and also the conviction and the different ways of working from institutions to support local communities and work together. These joint efforts can become alliances between institutions and local organizations who have been in charge of this transformation. I see here a great potential. There's also great potential in getting together, in gathering. I think that this is part also of the proposal that we saw in the documentary and in the climate action labs. I definitely think that not only the documentary is showing in a beautiful and simple way what's happening also at global level, and definitely gives us a lot of hope together with the words you just shared. So we are greatly moved to face the days that we have ahead of us in this summit. So thank you very much for sharing your words and the lovely documentary we just watched. We would also like to give the floor to the audience. If you have any questions for the speakers, please feel welcomed to share your concerns and questions. Thank you very much. My name is Juan Carlos Rocha. I come from Sylvania, in the borders of the Páramos of Sunacua. Firstly, I would like to invite you to the Mama Festival in November, and then to the Festival of the Cloud Forest, because we know that art is the most useful tool to sensitize and to raise awareness. I would also like to tell you that we are starting a tour from Sylvania up to the Páramo of Santurban. And the idea of this tour is to connect the Suma Paz Páramo with the other Páramo to make an offer of music, dancing, and drama. This tour is called the the Suma Paz Caravan, we were awarded a scholarship to be able to take this tour. And we are very glad to be able to bring this offer to the Suma Paz Paramo. So this is also another seed for you, another invitation. And also to tell you a little bit about us, we are a network of neighbors in the Sylvania region. Many of us are people from the cities that fled to the rural areas to build a better life. We are building our houses with recycling materials, with natural materials, with eco bricks. We are using dry bathrooms and simple technologies. Sometimes you think that the best technologies can be very complex, but we are using simple technologies to harness water and reintegrate water to the water cycle. We are raising our children there and so many other things. So I feel that we are vibrating with the same energy. This brings a lot of hope to us because sometimes we feel like we are a minority working for a better world. And here I'm learning that that world is possible. Thank you very much for your work and for being here. I am raising my voice, and I saw that there was so many interesting contributions in this pavilion. Anyone else wants to share their comments or questions? Paola here. Well, in this conversation, in this dialogue, I think that as farmers, as farmer communities, we have a lot of proposals, and I feel that it is very important to find the partners and allies to bring these efforts to a reality. That's why I feel that it is so important for us to be here in this space. We created a farmer community lab because for us, the lab represents not as you see in school, this white, pristine space. The lab is the territory itself. The initiatives that we took to see our territory as a lab where we are learning, and we are also learning with the ecosystem. So we are observing, we are searching. And I feel that this was one of the strategies that was most motivating to us as farmers. And we felt supported in these initiatives. This was greatly motivating. I feel that this has also been a successful process, and that's why it kept going. It's a continuous effort, it's not static. Even if we didn't have funding at first, it became something constant. We also rescued our ancient knowledge. Our lab is called Aguarrua Spirit of the Seed because our seeds come from our ancient territories, the territories of our ancestors. This connects us quite deeply with our land, something that characterizes us as farmers. And also to leave you with a message as a farmer, as a mother and a woman, is that peace is made from all corners of the world. Sometimes for me, it is very hard to see and watch wars in different parts of the world. So I feel that it is very important to use this space to ask those countries in war with other countries, killing women, killing innocent people, please stop now. Peace can be built from every sector. We at Suma Paz have been building this peace, and this peace should be guaranteed for the whole planet, for our whole world. This is the message that I wanted to leave you with. Okay, here I go. My name is Gonzalo Sanchez. I am also part of a farmer association. We are located in the Quinta location in the region Arrayanes. We are beneficiaries of this project. So for me, it is quite satisfying to see quite a great production in this documentary, to watch what you are doing and see that we have so much in common in this project. Also, I would like to highlight within this proposal the way that in our organization made up of 12 people, both men and women, the 7 women that are part of our organization have undergone quite an interesting process, because almost every time there are many entities who outsource some of the resources. But in this case, the interesting thing was that the resources were directly brought from the organization, from women who had never managed quite a huge budget, embraced the subject, used it, managed it, and helped us lead this project. This was had a lot of value for us. I think that you shared was also has a lot of value in terms of the use of the territory. But I feel that this other side is also quite valuable. This mechanism that our project had was very important, and that's what I wanted to highlight. Our legal representative is also a woman. Our financial manager is also a woman. So I really wanted to highlight that, because these are incredible, empowered women that had a lot of administrative, financial skills and have brought a lot of value without taking value to any of the rest of our activities. It's great that you are joining us from your program. We have escalated a lot of what we started doing with Corcumpas and Sumapas, which were the first organizations that opened the doors of their labs. And now we have created new alliances with other programs, and we continue strengthening community organizations. And step by step, we are carrying out and making progress in these projects, starting from the territories. As Paola just said, what we do is to support you, to strengthen your abilities and give you a lot of opportunities that maybe were not available before. And there's when we can be witness of the strength that you have. In Chingasa, in Fortaleza de la Montaña, this organization, we could see how women could continue supporting leading action in their territories, working shoulder to shoulder with the rest of their colleagues and comrades there, bringing also the children and young people to these initiatives. We were speaking before and sharing experiences in these restoration processes, and we were wondering, how can we manage to have the children and the youth stay in the farm? Many of the young people are leaving the territory. And I feel that these processes where we are linking environmental education initiatives, bringing the children to get to know the territory, involving the youth in these processes, when the young people see that they have these opportunities to continue living in their territory, working with their parents, having new opportunities. Also, this was also the case in indigenous populations. Children and the youth saw that they still have opportunities. This also brings a lot of hope for the young people to stay and remain in the countryside. Afro-descendants were given the opportunity to have a weapon to carry weapons, but this is not a real opportunity. They need to be part of nature, part of their local groups, but the good and kinder groups, not the groups that are damaging the territory. These are some of the learnings that we have collected and gathered in all of these spaces. Each country has their own dynamic. Each country suffers particular hardship. And from Afro-descendant people, from farmer populations, we have learned that we need to promote them, to strengthen them, to help them and support them. Thank you very much. I don't know if any of you has further comments. Sorry, over here. Just to add something else. Carolina Borda, I'm from the Institute of Cooperation for Agriculture. I would like to ask Paola specifically. You spoke about conflict. And I think that there's no doubt that this territory has a significant history that has also led us to a lot of learnings and teachings. I feel that this is a process that started a long time ago. It's not new for you. How do you think that these teachings and lessons learned have generated maybe this feeling of being forward or being further in the transition process? Well, I feel that the things that happened in our surroundings are opportunities that can be either negative or positive. And the processes of farming fights, farming endeavors represent a lot of resistance, teachings, lessons. It's a legacy that we carry in our veins and that has enabled us to continue to be organized. And thanks to that, we continue moving forward. This legacy has also enabled us to face and to carry new proposals, new development proposals. For example, Cabrera is a farmer reservation they carried out a popular consultation in Colombia to halt the installation of an electrical generator in a region. They have carried out actions to impede the exploitation of oil with the fracking technique in our territory. The Suma Pass Paramo is sort of a water reservation. It's a water reservoir that is bringing water to Meta, to Bogota, to the Magdalena River. And that subsoil, that underground territory carries a lot of oil, a lot of fossil fuels. And through this organization, we were able to face this and to fight this. And it was this legacy that allowed us to, or enabled us to be in conversation with organizations, with institutions, and we started seeing farmers as subjects of rights. It's something that we've been fighting for a long time. That's why I feel that the essence of the farmer reservation is the farmer organization. Otherwise, farmers would have no role. And we also need these organizations not to be something of the moment. This conflict, this stigmatization that we have suffered for many decades also enabled us to be stronger. It also enabled women to make our role visible in the territory. And that's why we are here today.
The last one, because we have to move on. Good afternoon. I want to congratulate you for this project that you are carrying forward. I am Diana Ortega. I represent the Casa de Paz organization. I believe it is important to continue advancing in this project so that you can be messengers and multipliers of that great effort that is being carried forward. And we also work in community cinema and or filmmaking, and I believe this documentary should be shared in in different territories and in order to carry the message. Our main effort is the recovery of ancestral territories, and we have recovered 30 hectares in order to deliver them to the native peoples, and for we have delivered this land, and we have seen the communities grow and they build their homes in a very natural manner. It is absolutely environmentally friendly. So seeing the work of the preservation of the seed, we should be able to preserve that. It is fundamental that we can take care of it. On October 31st, we are going to launch the trailer for a movie that we have developed called The Lost Object. It is about the guaquerias and the treasures that they take from the soil, gold and quartz. And for the original people, that those are seeds that they have buried to balance the world. And we want to make this invitation extensive in the Chamber of Commerce of Cali at 5:30 p.m. And I think that we are aligned, and we would love to participate in the work that you are carrying out. Thank you. Thank you. We are speaking of youth. The young are supporting us in these processes. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Would you like to add anything? Is there any comment? Oh, you have to leave the room for another session. So another seed in Mohana, we invite the team to learn about the Mohana team, climate and seed with seeds. You are invited. You are very welcome to participate. Thank you. But in a different ecosystem, different from the high mountain, the great wetlands of the Colombian Mohana. Thank you very much for participating on the panel, and thank you for participating in the meeting. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Gracias.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I want to thank our moderator and our guest panelists. Now, we are going to address an issue about the indigenous peoples. We just finished that conversation. We're talking about seeds and their importance and how the seeds generate life and many other notions that they will be sharing with us. We are going to address biodiversity of native seeds, a powerful tool to face climate change and food security for small farmers in a region that for the UNDP of Colombia is very important. La Mojana. La Mojana has been a working effort, a joint effort between the government of Colombia, the UNDP, academy members, and of course, partnerships with all the communities in that territory that have suffered for many years the scourges of an ever-changing climate with droughts and floods. When we talk about La Mojana, we talk about floods, and La Mojana is La Mojana. It is a humid area, and what the many years of effort have taught us is resiliency. The communities that belong to the wetlands show their determination to adapt and live in an ecosystem that has that condition. They are covered in water and then they are dry. And this poses substantial challenges. I want to start this conversation by stating that La Mojana is this large region, this large extension in the north of Colombia that receives the water of three rivers, Cauca, Magdalena, and San Jorge, in their way to the sea, inhabited by local, indigenous, and farmers communities. And it has been so for many years. The UNDP developed a water management model for La Mojana, that great wetland, and together with the University of Córdoba and the Senu people, and of course with the Adaptation Fund of the Ministry for Environment, we have been working on resilient seeds and species that bear the climate extremes of floods and droughts. We are going to share such experience. We are going to try to understand, to learn from the people of Mojana, the men and the women that we have been working with for a long time and whom we have invited today to learn about what this implies. This effort started from the ancestral knowledge and the scientific knowledge from the local communities. And with that, these agri-food systems were created with two conditions. First, to generate biospaces, and they're going to share the biospaces notions with you, in which the resilient seeds are reproduced so that they may be used by local communities. Imagine having 5,000 families using the resilient seeds. They are also farmers. They grow crops and they share the surplus seeds. And this has led us to have packages, traditional packages, technology packages. In this case, we have technology packages of resilient seeds that are inherent in La Mojana that are being used today for food safety in this area. So without further delay, I give the floor to the experts so that they may share the panel, the views. Wilson from the Humboldt Institute will be the moderator. So go ahead. Thank you, Jimena. I love sharing this space with you. I will introduce the panelists. I will start with Zoraida. Welcome. Zoraida, she is a young indigenous member of the community of Cabildo Monte Grande, the Senu people. It is an honor to have the people of Senu being represented by her in this meeting. And since you have been working with, you're studying the third cycle, and you're going to talk to us about the Mother Earth project a project from the Intercultural Autonomous University of that region, participating in training, transfer of knowledge, and to the local communities of La Mojana. Thank you for being here. And we are going to move on to the questions. Sandra, marine biologist, doctor in ecology and environment, deputy minister for policies and normalization, and presently professor of the University of the Andes and collaborator in The Spectator newspaper, a leader in preservation and wetlands issues. Sandra, it is a pleasure to have you. And of course, lastly, Professor Alfredo, an agricultural engineer with master in agrarian sciences and doctor in agricultural sciences, focusing on technologies and crops, plant technology, propagation of plant species, assessment and preservation of genetic stocks, and participatory innovation. Participatory is a key word, and this is the spirit of the efforts in La Mojana, carried out together with UNDP, 17 years as a professor and a leader in participatory research to identify local species that are resilient to climate change in the region of Mojana. Jimena mentioned this, and I just want to chip in with a comment, because in La Mojana we have a combination of everything. It is a laboratory for degradation of ecosystems and wetlands specifically. As it was mentioned before, numerous large-scale problems converge in La Mojana, and they exceed La Mojana. To fix the problems in La Mojana in Colombia entails solving problems that are large-scale problems. There is a social issue and the rooting of the communities that have been living there for a long time. And also, it brings together the issue of droughts and floods. And with time, we have learned to fear floods more than droughts. And I think that the Mojana region is a good example of the limits of degradation and deterioration of the environment. To what extent can we bear the degradation and deterioration of an ecosystem? Fortunately, many efforts are being carried out, and many institutions headed by the UNDP since 2013, with very strong efforts to recover, and mostly changing mindsets and creating liaisons with the ecosystem, because we think in terms of engineering, the underlying restoration, but attaching value to an ecosystem is also another form, especially in La Mojana. I will ask questions. I request brief interventions. I will be the timekeeper, but of course you are free to answer. The idea towards the end is that we have a Q&A. So keep your questions, and we are going to moderate the questions. The exchanging ideas is the most important. So Soraya, I will start with you, if you allow me. You have been working at university in a very strong effort around being custodian of nature in La Mojana. What is your view of the process in La Mojana, and in what way have the efforts that have been carried out have been perceived by community, and what is the future of the community in La Mojana region. Since we are a community who are resistant to the changes, we have survived because of the seed, because this is an ancestral legacy to strengthen not only our people, but all the peoples who are rooted in the seeds, such as food sovereignty of the peoples, of all peoples. We do not give poison to our mother. If we feed poison to the seed, we are feeding poison to ourselves. The legacy that has strengthened us as a people, a grandfather that lives up to 115 years because of the resistance of the seed. Because we have protected the seed, thanks to the Mojana Climate and Life program, and thanks to the university and also to my community, because we are here to resist. And the impact affecting is we have suffered many imbalances and challenges because of imbalance issues where we have monocultures that have displaced our seeds, and today we are strengthening such systems as our ancestors left them. This is interconnected. I speak of interconnection because seeds not only represent life, but also they represent nourishment, spirit, education, cure, and many values. It is the balance produced by a seed. If we ask ourselves what it means to revitalize the Mother Earth, that is based on seeds. It speaks to us of harvesting, and it speaks to the world about us as a people. You nourish your body from a seed that is part of your own being. And that is why we saw an imbalance in children and the youth. Children are born and die because of they suffer cancer, but we feed on healthy foods, and we are not going to create imbalances in our health because we are accessing healthy foods through the seed. If we provide poison to our soil, we will be poisoning ourselves. The earth lives in us. Education, our elders taught us the value of seeds and how with love we water the seed, and we do not use any method to exert violence on the earth because earth strengthens us through the seeds. It speaks to us of a sovereign heritage in health, education, and food. Those are part of the values to strengthen not only our people, but all the indigenous peoples and the world in general. Thank you. I want to extend an invitation. I would like to call upon someone that has been a very important woman and from whom I have learned substantially. Adriana, please come forward. Thank you, Zoraida. I will give the floor to Professor Alfredo because this morning we were having a discussion at Humboldt House from Humboldt Institute. We have numerous events, and we were discussing about agroecology and strategies. In COP16, we are discussing this, and you have been working for many years from academia, from research in these issues. For Mohana, what have been the effects of the strategy, agroecology, and participation in agroecologic practices? How do you see the future of such strategies in the lack of programs? How does this operate and how can it advance? Thank you. I wish to welcome you all. I think that Soraya perfectly described the importance of seeds for the communities, regional communities. I think that a better description would have been impossible. And that importance is the one that we approach from the time we had the honor of being part of a working team headed by the UNDP and the Ministry of Environment with the support of the Green Fund. And in the panel, it was also mentioned, it doesn't mean that the vision of that the University of Cordoba has one vision and the UNDP has a different one and the communities have a different one. We all share the same vision and we move forward in the same direction and we agree on what we want and where we're going. It becomes easier. We approach the first communication with the communities on the basis of the respect for traditional knowledge. This was the first step. There is an ancestral knowledge that we have to respect. Academicians have a different knowledge, but if we cannot sit down on the same ground with the ancestral knowledge, we will stay in between four walls writing papers. But in real life, reaching out to the communities and being able to exchange such information, well, that I think has been the cornerstone for success because they prioritize species in the beginning. This happened during a visit to 68 communities distributed across Mohana. We visited the different communities and in a participatory manner we selected a large number of species, but since they were so many, strategically we decided to group the perennial species that evidently could have more resilience through a stronger strategy. Perfect. Common to find a drought and a flood in the same year or maybe in the same semester. So no species can bear that. And also for vegetables that are more linked to the food security of the communities, and another group of species that we call transitory or temporary that are made up by crops, only native species. The purpose was to embrace that ancestral knowledge to scientifically determine that there was certain resilience or not, or maybe it could have been a myth. And the nice part of the process that we conducted, because well, it was a participatory process, I would have loved to share with you recordings so that you would be able to see how they worked with us in the field, and we subjected the species to flood, to drought, and then we left a sample that had suffered no stress. They collected data, the most simple ones, and maybe we took note of the most complex data exchange, gas exchange, photosynthesis. There is a team working with us at the Cordoba University with numerous professors that work with us in the team. And we gather the information, and based on that information, the seeds that had certain degree of resilience, we showed them to the community. We identified them for the community. And these are examples of the ones that were screened. And we provided the scientific technical arguments that are valid to say that this is a group of native seeds that have certain resiliency. Very important because this allows us to share with them and to plan after this first screening process the strategies to propagate the seeds. And this is what we are doing right now. We are propagating and looking for the uses by way of what was mentioned here through agroecologic systems that are basically based on agroecology and how, based on related crops, Zoraida was just mentioning that they have realized that monocrops have a negative effect in time. So we are simply working according to their knowledge. We cannot adopt such agroecology systems. And this goes back to the previous comments. It goes hand in hand with the mutual training strategy. We are organizing educational efforts, workshops, including all the topics in connection with the propagation species and the agroecology system so that the communities may be empowered. In December, they are going to receive their certificate regardless of the degree of education they have received. In the workshops, through the workshop, they will be empowered to make this a sustainable strategy in time. But additionally, we carried out another strategy because we have been adapting for 15 or 20 years at our university, our biospaces at our schools. This is infrastructure that may reduce by 3 or 4 degrees Celsius the temperature. We have problems with the floods, with drought, and those of you who have not visited La Mojana, we invite you to come. The temperatures range between 38 and 40 degrees Celsius, and plant species suffer heat stress just like we do. And we are working with women in this project. We are focusing on women. Yesterday, we were saying that we are not excluding men, but we are giving priority to women because in that strategy to preserve this genetic material, women have the leading voice and they take care of the food safety for their children. It is a reasonable approach. So we are trying to take the seeds that have been identified as resilient to be propagated so that they may think about a business strategy to make such seeds available to the overall region. Oh, I love this. We could spend hours discussing this, but I don't want to be told off because we exceed our time. Sandra, I wanted to ask you a question.
I think now you have the great opportunity. This is a great opportunity for us. You are an expert at academic level, and you also were a vice minister in the Ministry of the Environment. So you have sort of the both point of views. And I would love to hear your reflection about a situation such as the Mojana region and other regions in the north, such as Santa Marta. How something like that can be transformed into public policy, into a policy that has a real impact from the national to the regional level. I would love to hear about this because not only Colombia but other countries represented here can benefit from this. I think this is a moment when projects such as this one can help us create public policy. As policymakers and policymakers that are focused on rural areas and evidence-based policies can benefit from this. We are in a country that faces a lot of inequality, and we can also created a lot of policies that are based in countries different from us, which do not represent our situation sometimes. We have had the chance to tell about our territory and the wetlands that are occupied and that represent most of our territory. This has changed the perception of our country, but not enough, though. So even if science has provided arguments that can interpret differently the rurality of our country, where we have different drought patterns and different water cycle patterns, we still have a lot of resilient. One of the most classical and simple institutions in our country is the agricultural activity. Even today, even after Colombia has signed conventions, we still have public policy that wants to change the way that agricultural activity and farmer communities work. So we are still filling wetlands, we are drying these wetlands. And this is where this kind of project can help us continue insisting as an agency to create further normative and rules in this regard. Now in this COP, after the Canning-Montreal Agreement, with targets such as eliminating perverse threats. So we're starting to see where these perverse incentives are and what are other opportunities that we have for incentives that are nature-based. This needs to be articulated with our biodiversity and agricultural plans. These incentives can be very useful and can be redirected towards agroecological entities that are promoting nature-positive initiatives. The Mohana case also helps us identify other values and production methodologies in the territory that need to be supported and promoted. I do not know all of them by heart, but I have them in mind. And these other systems, more traditional systems that are based in ancient knowledge and territory, that a changing amphibious territory where water changes all the time. We can use this knowledge and these techniques to learn how changes in water supply can be and how can we manage this. Mohana Climate and Life has a lot to contribute to the implementation of the biodiversity plan, and this involves the whole government. So data and evidence-based data and proposals is already a reality in Colombia. What happens is that we need to emphasize and to have better education at the legislative level. And we also need not only this at the legislative level, but also from the Ministry of Agriculture that has a hard time adapting to these initiatives. This is something that I think will be a challenge for the agricultural sector. We are already aligned. The Environmental Ministry with other institutions and allies and partners has already set a path a decade before. We have already set a path in these amphibious territories, so we need people to join us and to start joining and sharing our lessons learned. It is absurd that in 2024, we are still ignoring the laws of desertification and of floods. Just something more than I would like to add is that this experiment, this innovation laboratory, this innovation lab that Mohana and Life has succeeded in doing is to give some safety and guarantees to the government on what they really need to do. This is something that we all know here. This is life that we can bring to other territories. Decisions made together with the communities, with the academic sector. we can bring this to other territories and bring some light to these change processes in other territories, which is what is actually happening in strategic areas for development. So I think that the influence of Mohana Climate and Life has had is impressive and can be translated into public policy, but also into actions that can be a lot more faster. This is something significant. These projects can have a great impact on national policy. And in that regard, Diana, you were given this space for a good reason. You can close this round of questions. You don't need any preparation. You've been working for years. You are part of the region and you have worked with a lot of love and care for the community, which also is one of the reasons you are still working there. And you are sort of a teacher for a lot of us going through similar and working on similar processes. I am a great admirer of your work because it's something that is not easy. It's a territory that is not easy to work with. And she's been working for years. A lot of trial and error. Some successes and some failures. So my question specifically is, starting from this project, how do you see Mohana in 2013? What other projects could further this progress? What other actions could help the project move forward and make this dream come true? Well, I was not ready, so I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you for your words and for the space. This is the result of teamwork, of the UNDP, of many projects and efforts from so many people. This is not only me, but it's a lot of people working with me and behind me. So thank you on behalf of all these collaborators. There are still many challenges in the Mohana. We have already closed many gaps. For example, putting women in the center of decision making, that was something very important. I think that basic sanitary needs, it's something we're still working with, the ecological restoration, restoring water bodies. It's something that we're still working in the region and that is still a challenge. Also, training and education for the communities is still something that is missing and that can be improved. Teaching and training on climate change, on biodiversity, because these are quite abstract topics for them. We need to continue working in this training and also getting help from the government and continue supporting communities in the Mohana. We have already started this path, but I feel that the government could also contribute a lot more to the communities. This has already started with a forecast center and the restoration center, but I feel that there are other topics that are very important, such as education, restoring the Mohana. I feel that this is a challenge that we need to think and we need to implement in the short term. We have a few minutes for further questions. This is the nice part for the audience and the hard part for the speakers. We can, I think, answer 4 or 5 questions. So please, if you have a question, introduce yourself and share your comments, and whomever you want to make this question to. Thank you very much for sharing this project. My name is Vileri from Mexico. I represent an institution working with invasive species. So learning about your project fills me with joy because you are protecting native seeds, and this makes for more resilient ecosystems. So my question is how this project was born, who had the initiative to start protecting native species, and how this project was focused on biodiversity and ecosystems. We are team players. So at the beginning and at the heart of this project, the main thing is that we worked with the local communities and with our eyes on the ecosystem itself. So we started working with the communities, with institutions, and native species was the main need to address in the project. There were a lot of socio-ecological needs, and there was no other way to face this or to confront this without speaking about native species. We had a great La Niña phenomenon in 2012. This had a great impact on the Mojana, and a lot of the biodiversity, a big part of it, was lost. That's why we started working from the knowledge that the native people had, and also with the hope of recovering that biodiversity. That's how we started getting to know and sharing these experiences that we are telling you about. Welcome, Mexico. I would like to also add about the great diversity that native species have because they have originally been in that space. So they have genetic characteristics that enable them to resist the great clashes of climates and the weather. So that's where you find a lot of biodiversity. Some time ago, we were speaking with Soraya about a scientific method that would enable to speak about some vegetable extracts. I was speaking with her, talking to her, and I felt that I was talking with a scientist. We were speaking about the treatment. She knows exactly what she needs to do. And that shows the empowerment and what Diana says, the great relevance that was given to the communities. This is not a project, it's a whole program where a lot of people work, and the government will have a hard time to look the other way because this is a great effort made by a lot of institutions that sometimes faced difficulty, but we have had great satisfaction and rewards from our work. Thank you very much for taking our work into account. Everything is born in the balance of women. Every question has a wise answer. Today, Mojana, climate, and life can also strengthen Mexico. You can empower yourself from the history of your own people. And that is the way you can strengthen the climate imbalance. You can invite us, we can share with you. Thank you. Any further questions? I have another question for Sandra. In this path of looking for territory transformation in the Mojana and the Mojama Climate and Life program, and from the very initial phase where you only worked with barely 3 communities. The proposal was really to have a lot of communities join the program. So can you please share a little bit about the difficulties that the public sector has when the community has a decision to make progress towards nature-based solutions? But the path is, of course, sometimes hard, and we make some progress, but not with the speed that we would love to have. What happens there? Well, I think that they were illiterate about the reality of the territory. Public institutions are illiterate about rural areas. What they know about them is either the agricultural exploitation and activities or about unprotected areas. It's quite a simplistic viewpoint. We have created regulations and a culture about this that is lacking a lot of knowledge. So it is our duty to re-educate institutions. So these spaces, what we are doing here, something that I really admire from our current minister, is how she managed to convene this summit here. It's something that maybe officers and ministers from other sectors are actually looking at and wondering how they can do something similar. I'm in love with what's going on with the Ministry of Domestic Affairs, how they are trying to expand their spaces of influence. And it's actually that. Before, we had a panel with a beautiful documentary that shared a little bit more of the same, the deep changes that involve the cultural and institutional fields. There's an old world that is dying, a world that had a reductive vision of itself, that undermined or underestimated water, the land. That is dying, is coming to an end. And we are seeing a new power, a new wonderful power being born with new seeds that are re-emerging, where we see ancient knowledge being revalued, also valuing interdependency and dependencies. This new approach that is emerging will inspire and needs to inspire the new regulations, because our current regulations belong to a dying world. And this will require to assist the legislative bodies, our congressmen. They will need to understand the important task ahead of them to adjust the regulations towards this new emerging viewpoint. I feel that we are going through this transition. Some processes can be slower, but it will certainly leave us with a lot of ways to work, something that is building up to a voice that has a lot of power. We've only been here for 2 days, and the conversation and the discussion is so powerful already. I would like for the COP to leave us with a feminine viewpoint. What we are losing is a cry that we need to look at. It's not a cry for what we are losing. It's a cry for, please do not ever do this again. We also have hope at the same time. This is a new viewpoint that is emerging. I am seeing all pavilions having different discussions, but similar viewpoints. This is happening. It will take a while, but it is happening. We are not alone in this. That's what we are learning here. We need more people raising awareness at the political level. We need to fill a lot of spaces, and the government needs to learn.
Two questions because we have only 5 minutes. Here and here. Ladies first. Thank you. I am Diana Vargas. I am the manager for change for La Mojana from the Ministry of Environment. I wanted to make a contribution to your question, Jimena. I think that Sandra can also delve deep into this, but I have a question for the panel. I think that the public sector does not know how to assume risks, and in those risks we make mistakes that lead us to the illiteracy that we mentioned. It is complicated to overcome, and that is why the message is to learn from the rural notion will allow us to redefine the risk so that we can have the possibility to act in the direction that we want to pursue. I would like to know how or in what way the good teachings and the good impacts of the efforts being carried out, and especially from the ministry, have you seen the transformation to the strengthenings of what we call governance today? How have you strengthened government in the territory, in the communities, in the processes? How do you see that from the project standpoint? That would be my question. Well, we had discussions with Jimena in the technical sessions. We said that the tanks or the material the products, well, that is an actual need, but what we have done is to strengthen the capacities that are there already, but product as a consequence of the abandonment by the state and the violences in the territory, the the structures were lost and disrupted, and people stopped planning the territory, stopped having meetings, coming together, and they stopped thinking that they could advocate for what they want and what they want to improve in their communities. So I think that we had to sit down with them and listen to them, not only to hear about their needs, but also to the direction that they wanted for La Mojana, that is their dream and wish. This was important, and also how a process of great support and many institutions has occurred with 10 universities involved in the project, numerous issues, social issues, technical issues, and that has been a very great part of the process, and creating networks as well. This project includes 3 civil society platforms that brings together many people. The restoration network that you know, 75 organizations, grassroots organizations, and also the platform of rural women, 120 women from different municipalities that come together to discuss to create governance in the communities and have their own advocacy agendas. So when the development plans are being developed, they called us and they asked for help because they they were going to discuss with the mayors to put our agenda in the discussion, the promotion network, the rural promotion network that has its own advocacy and efforts. And it's a matter of listening and feeling support, allowing them to make the decisions for the way forward. I don't know whether Jimena, you want to add anything in this sense? Everything has a challenge. When the program start, there were many challenges among the communities. There were, issues. Just like in every discussion, there was an imbalance, but this was an imbalance that generated a balance that was a very good turn of events. Communities used to sit down and it used to be a fight because we have to be honest. And it was a matter of, pointing fingers and discussing. Now we sit down and we have conversations, we have a dialogue, and we ask ourselves, why were we fighting each other? We have to understand the message to strengthen our own from what we are and what we feel and the way we act. This is very important. It was a 360-degree turn, an excellent turn. Thank you. The last question. Thank you. Wilber Ramirez Campos, I have participated in this beautiful team, wonderful team that has been supporting this process in La Mojana. And the question is for Zoraida. Zoraida, you've had the chance of participating in that convergence between traditional knowledge, ancestral knowledge, or scientific knowledge. Which do you think should be the path forward to continue strengthening the efforts carried out in identifying resilient seed species? What comes now? Because truly there's a lot more to explore. And how can this contribute to food security in your community, but also the recovery of ecosystems that allow you to have the means for subsistence? Really, we pursue balance from the cosmovision of the native peoples. The seed is part of an education effort, a general or an overall balance. If universities are working in these programs, and the ministries, our communities, and the Humboldt Institute, and just as my colleague mentioned before, we are going to decolonize the thought, the way of thinking through the heart and the mind. Illiteracy, as she says, illiteracy pervades these notions, the Western thought, as we call it. We have to reach a balance. All of those who can participate in a balance, ourselves as a community, providing education provided by our ancestors, passed on from generation to generation to strengthen this whole process. It is not a matter of putting it in writing, but taking action immediately. This is what Mother Earth wants from us. There's a brief time to discuss seeds or look at seeds. I don't know whether you will be showing them to us. And with this, we are going to finish this panel. And you're going to read poetry, right? This poem explains what we are and what our Mother Earth is. It is called For You, My Earth. I was born on your chest. I grew inside you. I have walked. I have learned. And many times I have asked myself whether you have missed me. I know that many times I have failed you. I'm sorry, Mother Earth. I am back to fight for you and for our ancestors. Because of this suffering, we have spilled their blood. This is a millennial dream that we all pursue. Thank you. You are invited to come forward and look at the seeds. These seeds have been are the product of the efforts of the Mojana community. This is just a sample, a small sample. The largest biodiversity was seen in rice, maize, tomatoes. I had the chance of looking into this in great detail, and we were able to analyze what would happen with the seeds if radiation and carbon dioxide concentrations increase. What would happen to them? This is the result. One thing is to look at the reports, and something very different is to look at the seeds. These are the seeds that are being propagated and are being planted today too, so that they may resort to this very important genetic material for food safety. Everything, there is diversity of maize. This is a black bean with high protein, zinc, and iron content, important for children's development and dietary requirements. These are sample. We have more than 35 selected species. This is just a sample. We could not bring all the seeds. This is for you to learn and observe rice. There's great diversity of legumes, as you can see on the table, beans, and legumes that are truly surprising. And also, we are very happy to say that since they consume legumes, the legumes also make a contribution with nutrients to the soil. A perennial species contributes to the species that are not that cannot stand the exposure to extreme temperatures. These are present in different communities. They are also used for medicinal purposes, and they are here for you to observe. With these seeds, I don't know whether we can show this with the camera. We have distributed the agroecology systems. If we note these, well, what about the taste? These are fine rices, and their gastronomy is absolutely delicious. It is surprising. The taste of a Creole rice is unbelievable. These legumes provide excellent flavors. Maize that they use for alcoholic drinks, for different preparations. Is there a market that the seeds may serve? Well, that is a challenge. That is a challenge. We are going to start working with the local market because we are in a process of having a distribution channel for the seeds. And from that, as I said in the beginning, we are going to create the connections in order to market the species. But I invite you to have a look at these so that you can see also how we designed the whole process. The partnership, these are information packages, the perennial species, and the transitory and the vegetable species. In each one of the 5 regions where we worked, we were able to identify the species that have been resilient to drought, to flood, and we identified them, and those who are resilient to radiation or temperature increase in every location. We are going to have these 4 agroecology systems in half a hectare for each. We are planting the seeds now, and we have 2 biospaces and schools, and the community and the training that we are carrying out in the communities is for them to serve as disseminators and communicators of these technologies. This is the scientific evidence that there is resilience, that biodiversity exists in La Mojana, and it can be a strategy to be resilient to climate change. Thank you, Professor. I want to ask for a round of applause for panelists. Zoraida, Professor Alfredo, Diana, thank you very much, and it has been a great effort. Thank you so much.